Welcome everyone to this meeting of Wednesday, September 6th of the Marina City Council. Do we need to do a roll call? Yeah. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Vischer.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Present.
Mayor Delgado.
He's on his way, I'm sure. With that, do we open it up for public comment before we go into closed session? Let me see, is there anyone here in the audience? There is no one here in the audience. So we're going to go ahead and close this matter, close this and go into closed session and reconvene here at 6:30 or as close to as possible. Thank you.
Items. The first one, 4A, I have a conflict of interest, so I will not be participating in that closed session, but I will be attending for items 4B, C, and D.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and reconvene.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Matt, can you co-host me, please? And are you ready to go, Matt? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started with our September 6th regular city council meeting on September 6th. And we just came out of closed session. So I'll turn it over to our city attorney, Heidi Quinn.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, the council met in closed session on 4 separate items. As to the first item, 4A, I recused myself due to a conflict of interest, but I did participate in the closed session on items 4B, conference with labor negotiators, C, one matter of anticipated litigation, and lastly, real property negotiations with Los Animas Concrete. As to all 3, direction was provided to staff, but there was no reportable action taken. And that concludes my report. Will you be doing the report out on 4A?
Yeah. Regarding 4A, we received information from our legal consultants and we took no action, no reportable action. Okay, so now we're going to go to our Pledge of Allegiance. Tanya, would you be willing to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence, please? So let's stand for a moment of silence and then the pledge.
Stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Tanya. Presentation regarding Jacob's Heart, and our council member Brian McCarthy is going to lead us through that. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is someone from Jacob's Heart in the audience? Are you Alyssa? Hema, thanks for being here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read this proclamation and then present it to you. So we're honoring Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services and declaring September 2023 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Marina. And so the proclamation reads, whereas the character of our community is revealed in how we treat our most vulnerable, and whereas each year 19 in every 100,000 children in our community will be diagnosed with cancer, and whereas cancer remains a leading cause of death by disease among children, more than asthma, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, and AIDS combined, whereas Jacob's Heart has been keeping medically fragile children and families housed, fed, and emotionally supported by steadfastly adhering to the following commitments. Parents of children with cancer and other serious illnesses will be relieved of financial fears and able to focus attention on their children. Number 2, no child undergoing intensive treatment in our community will be homeless. Number 3, families of seriously ill children will not experience food insecurity during and after the pandemic. And 4, no child seriously ill in our community will ever miss a medical appointment because of lack of transportation. Whereas Jacob's Heart holds memories and honors legacies of hundreds of children from our local community who have been lost to cancer, ensuring their memories will never be forgotten. And whereas the oncology department at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford has worked closely with Jacob's Heart for the past 25 years as a trusted community partner in providing family-centered care that addresses the emotional, practical, and financial struggles of families of children with cancer in the city of Marina. It is important for all Marina residents to recognize the impact of pediatric cancer on families within our community and honor the children in our community whose lives have been cut short by cancer. Now, therefore, our mayor, Bruce Delgado, officially declares September 2023 Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Marina, and we do hereby honor Jacob's Heart Children Cancer Support Services for outstanding support to our community and acknowledge the organization's contributions to Childhood Cancer Awareness Month.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Hema, would you like to come up? And before you do, can you introduce your associate there next to you? Hi, Robbie. Okay. Yeah, if you want to come up and we'll, Ryan will give you the presentation and then we'll have you do a couple of comments. And Christina, Mayor Pro Tem would like to take a picture of the two of you, if that's all right. Robbie, you want to get in the next one? It's funny. They're so photo. Thank you. And thanks, Robbie, for your support tonight.
He's here for emotional support. I just want to say thank you, Mayor Delgado and Council, for proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Marina. And I would also love to invite you guys to our ribbon cutting next month to see our new family center and to get a better understanding of our programs and meet the staff and exactly what we do and who we are. So I would love to give this to you.
Thank you, Emma.
Of course, and yeah, I'm speaking for base on it, though we really want to make sure that everyone knows that they're healthy.
Thank you so
much.
City to the north.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. Thanks again to both of you for coming tonight. Thank you.
And just in case anyone missed it, the date was Thursday, October 5th, 4:30 to 7 p.m.
Close, but no cigar. I know, we look exactly alike. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Allison Hunter, Planning Services Manager, and I just want to introduce Brian Garcia of the National Weather Service locally, and Zach Bickle, our planning intern, who's been with us for quite a few months. Zach worked really hard on putting the application together for the tsunami ready and storm ready applications to renew the city of Marina's previous community approvals. So he worked really hard, and Brian's here to just say a couple of words about what it means to be storm ready and tsunami ready community.
All right. Thank you, Allison. Thanks, Nick. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Brian Garcia. I'm a warning coordination meteorologist with the National Weather Service serving the San Francisco Bay Area and Monterey Bay regions. And I'm here tonight essentially to say, well done to the city of Marina. So you have been re-recognized under Allison and Zach's leadership of for tsunami and storm ready recognition. And of course, under the fearless leadership of Doug over there. So you got a great city here. And I'm confident that the city of Marina, when the storms come, when the tsunami happens, because they do and they will, that the city of Marina will respond well and appropriately for its citizens. And so it's storm ready is not just about a recognition, something nice and pat your backs on, but it's really something that has tangible impacts to your community. So they did great in terms of going through the application process, working with me for it, and proving that this city is worthy of the recognitions that the National Weather Service bestows on cities and communities around the nation. So congratulations and well done with the great city staff that you have. Yeah, you're welcome.
And I did just want to add that we got 2 sets of these cool new signs to replace the ones that are not readable anymore that are out there. So we'll have Public Works install these very soon.
The maintenance of those signs, when they fade, what's our ability to replace?
We have to renew this every 2 years, every 4 years. So that'll be an opportunity if needed to replace the signs.
Do they last 4 years?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
They'll
Yeah.
last 4 years, and I think they're what, like $30 a pop or something like that.
yeah, they're not
Fairly
super
nominal.
expensive.
All
So
right.
we'll get them up.
Thank you, Nick, for your contributions to this.
Zach.
Appreciate it.
Zach.
Zach.
Yeah, okay.
Also Andrea, Allison.
Thank
you.
We call her Donna.
You.
I call her Donna. Thanks again to all three of you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Have a nice evening. Oh, wait, before you go, who's your associate there?
Oh, this one? My associate, this is my oldest son, or my youngest son. I have an older one. It's my youngest son. And since I've been going to the ocean a lot, his name's Ocean.
Ocean.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ocean, for coming to share the time with your father. Before you go, we have a question from our Mayor Pro Tem, Christina Medina Dirksen.
Yes, hi, I have two questions. Is it intern Zach?
Zach.
Where are you interning from?
Good question.
Just on my own, I'm interning with the planning department, but I'm going off to UCSD in a couple weeks, actually.
And what are you studying?
Urban planning.
Yes, congratulations to them. Okay, now this is another question. Kind of in light of what we saw happen, unfortunately, in Maui, is there a reminder for our residents of what to do, what to listen for if something were to happen that relates around tsunamis for the people that are watching?
So what happened in Maui, of course, was wildfire. And so there are a lot of things to pay attention for. So for example, and with weather, we can kind of see what's coming generally a few days out with some confidence, longer term, 7 to 10 days out with kind of a blurry eyed look. And so we start trying awareness of any sort of weather impacts that might be coming. So we'll raise that awareness, through Doug, through the county, try to get that word down and out through the community. In a large scale there so that people know what to expect when any sort of impactful weather might be raising its ugly head, kind of like we saw last winter, right? Lots of rain. And so we got ahead of that as much as we could. So in terms of wildfire, you're going to see things like red flag warnings come out. You're going to see Doug out in the community getting people ready for action. In terms of tsunamis, we have a couple different threats in our area. So we have a local threat, and then we have a distant source threat. So for local threats, think of San Andreas, right? San Andreas fault, it slips side to side like this. So it's not a tsunami generating fault in and of itself, but what it does is shakes the earth so much, it can actually cause landslides or even submarine landslides. What we have here in the Bay is Monterey Canyon. It's a very deep canyon with very steep walls that comes right out of Moss Landing effectively. And depending upon if or where something slides off that canyon, it can cause a displacement of water and cause that to propagate a tsunami wave into our shorelines. So the big thing that you have to remember with local tsunamis is you're never going to get an official warning. You're never going to get something on your phone coming across saying tsunami warning, get to high ground. That's not going to happen. Your warning is the earthquake. If you feel a strong earthquake where it's hard to stand or you even fall down, it's time to get to high ground in and of yourself and stay there until you are told that it's okay to go back down. The other piece is we have a distant source tsunami threat. So now we're talking Chilean, Indonesian, Alaskan, Japanese. So we're talking about the Ring of Fire around the Pacific, right? Those are subduction zones. So a plate essentially sliding under another one, trying to pull another one down. Every once in a while, those rupture, those pop. And those cause a displacement of water in the vertical, propagates a tsunami out from there. Those ones we're going to have 4 to 6 hours if it's kind of an Aleutian event, an Eastern Aleutian event, but we could have as much as 12 to 16, 18 hours lead time. So that's when you're going to see a tsunami warning come out from the National Tsunami Warning Center and under the National Weather Service. We're going to work with our county and our local officials to make sure that word's propagated down the chain. And then they're the ones that are going to get out and start evacuating people out of hazard zones. So yeah, there's a lot to think about when it comes to weather and tsunamis for sure.
Do we have sirens?
Doug, do you have sirens? That is a great question. So now if you ask me if sirens are worth it or not, me personally, no, I haven't seen significant reasons to install sirens simply because one, the operations and maintenance costs are high. And then two, depending upon the weather in the area, you can actually get a distorted signal. So if you're trying to do voice, forget about people understanding it. If you're just trying to do an audible tone alert, if the wind's blowing a certain way, it might not reach the other way very far. So then what's your density of sirens? So to me, especially for a distant source tsunami, your best bet is to have your law enforcement and your fire department be those voices to the community to get people ready and out of harm's way.
I want to say thank you for that. I was in, my husband and I were in Thailand right
Mhm.
before the tsunami hit.
Mhm.
So seeing the mass destruction and just the fear is pretty real. So I
Yeah.
appreciate the signs, not to go doomsday on anybody, but
Yeah.
I think it's important to have as much information as possible. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Ryan.
That's right. Have a great night.
I say, good evening, Brian McMinn. Kick us off. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I think it's probably everybody would agree that after years of working on development agreements and all the nitty gritty stuff, it's kind of nice to be able to have some things to update you on tonight with the BMR program. So we got some pretty exciting things happening today. So there are two components that I really want to update you on tonight. We do have two programs. One's a rental and one's a home ownership. What we have active today is the Terracina at the Dunes project. As you know, opened up its wait list probably in late spring. Within that time, so we're going to talk about that a little bit, and then I'm also going to talk about the new Sea Haven program we're kicking off. So in that time that they had the waiting list open, 850 people put their names on the list. Out of that 850, 450 of them had preferences for the city of Marina, and we'll talk more about those preferences in a minute. Just to give you kind of a rundown of where they're at today, the first 225 that they've been able to contact so far in the list, 70 of them have actually responded and have come and met with them, and 25 of them have been found to qualify for the program and are signed up to enter a unit when they open in later November. So this is a long process. They're going to continue going down that list to exhaust the 450 people with preferences, and then they will move to the remainder of the people up to the 850. So it's a long process. They're interviewing a lot of people. So what are geographic preferences? We have 4 of them here in the city of Marina as per our administrative rules and regulations for our BMR program. And they generally are around, do you live in Marina or do you work in Marina? And there are some criteria that fit those type of things. And those are listed here, and we'll talk about a little more. So our Sea Haven BMR program is probably the one everybody's been waiting for a very long time. As you all know, Sea Haven is 1,050 homes. And within there, they're required to have 20% of their homes, which is 210 at below market rate units. So we're at a point today where we're ready to start selling those homes. So the total breakdown of their program is 51 units that are going to be for people who are considered moderate income buyers. That's people of 120% of the area median income. And I'll talk about that in a second, what that means. There's also 51 units that are of the workforce townhome income. It's a little bit more tailored program, so you'll see that come out. And then 24 units that are of a workforce cottage income program. And then 85 are going to be able, we call these bridges type units, and they're ones of a little bit higher income. So the developer is committed to a kind of a rollout of these units throughout their development at this kind of schedule. But you know, it's gonna slide a little bit between quarters, but overall, within the next 2 to 3 years, we should have the 210 units built. So this is a table that demonstrates as of today, based on the numbers that are published by the California Department of Housing and Community Development for Monterey County, what area median income represents. So the standard thing we usually look for is for a family of 4. So that's highlighted here, and that's $100,400 per year is a family of 4 at the area median income. So from there, all these numbers we're going to talk about really kind of are based on. So if the moderate, you take 120% of that number, and that's how you get those income limits. So what these income limits represent, though, is somebody who wants to say purchase a home within Sea Haven, they would need to find themselves in this chart to see whether or not they qualify for the program. So if they have a family of 3 and they made $134,000 a year, they would fit within that workforce cottage at 150 there. It's kind of the way you read that. So within, as you mentioned, Sea Haven, there are a number of different products that are going to be for for below market rate units. So the moderate units and the workforce, what we call the 135 category, are townhomes. And those townhomes are going to be basically 2-bedroom townhomes, about 1,000 square feet, 2 bathrooms and a 1-car garage. And they're going to be built in 6 units at a time. And then the cottages are actually single family detached homes. And there's 4 different models that are going to, actually 3 different models that are going to be within this program. So under a workforce cottage, that's somebody who's at the 150% AMI. There is a 2-bedroom option, which is 1,000 square feet. Then there's a 3-bedroom option, which is 1,500 square feet. And then the cottage units allows somebody to make up to 200% of area median income. So basically double that $100,400 annually will be their cap for the income that they can make for a family of 4. And they would be eligible then for either a 3-bedroom unit or a 4-bedroom. So this is really hard to see, so I apologize for that. But if you kind of look closely, you'll see dots. Most of them are on the yellow parcels. That's going to be where the affordable units are within the project. The blue squares that you see, that'll be where the townhomes are. So you see they're kind of dispersed throughout the property. On my screen, I'm looking at, there we go. So how do we determine the price within Sea Haven or within any kind of, I guess, affordable program? It's really determined by somebody's monthly allowance they can do for housing only. And that includes their mortgages, taxes, assessments, insurance, HOA, everything. That then is taken and it's bundled in with what the current interest rates are. And from there, we're able to calculate what the price would be at an affordable level for that person based on their income. So these are the initial prices that these homes are going to start out as. These will change as time goes on because interest rates are going to go up and down. The state of California will publish new area median income levels, so that all affects the pricing. So chances are next year or in 6 months, if the interest rates change a bunch, we'll have a slight update to these. We're going to talk in a second about which units are actually for sale here in the very beginning of the process. And actually right now. So we're starting with 5 homes to get this moving. But in order to do this, we still need to establish our list. So the first step here is, we're gonna notify everybody who's interested here. We're doing a lot. We'll talk about advertising in a second. That we have some homes that are going to be available for sale. Everybody's going to have some time to go submit their interest and then be taken through a lottery. But to start with, these are the homes that will be available in the very beginning, in the first couple months. So the guiding light here for us is the good thing we already have our BMR administrative policies and practices in place, because now we have a program we just follow and we just implement. There's a few things that are a little bit different because of the Sea Haven development agreement requirements, but for the most part, it mirrors our program. The first thing, a lot of people are going to be interested, in what can we do to get moving here. The first thing I would encourage everybody to do is to go to, I don't want to do it and mess up my screen, but if you go to our website on the front page, there's a link that says BMR Homes. Click on that and it's going to take you to a page that has kind of the breakdown of the eligibility criteria. That eligibility criteria is going to tell you whether or not you have the right kind of amount of assets, if you fit within those categories, if you meet the preferences that are included within the program, what your household's made up of. It'll give you all the details that you're really going to need to know before you get into the program. And we'll talk in a second about why that's important. This is also going to be, I'll tell you in a minute, about where you're going to go to sign up for this to get into the wait list. So the process that we've set out here for Sea Haven and working with the developer and their lender and an outside organization who's a third party is going to help us as well. This is the process that we've come up with that is going to guide us through here. So the first thing we're going to do starting Friday morning, people are going to be able to submit their interest to a web page that'll be linked to our web page. Once they submit their interest, they're going to get information back. I'll show you in a minute what that information looks like. The next step, though, after they submit that is going to be the city's going to hold a lottery. So we're looking at doing this tentatively on Friday evening following the 8th. I'm blanking right now on what that date is. But it's it's going to be well advertised. So I'll just say that for sure. And we don't want to lock it in yet until we make sure we're really going to be ready. But the idea is on Friday evening, we'll invite the city council and everybody to come, and we can have a little ceremony about it to draw names and establish our initial rank order. So once we have the initial rank order, we're just going to go down the list, and the first person will be asked to pre-qualify, and the second person, and just keep going down the list like that. If they pre-qualify for the loan, then they're going to be sent to a third-party administrator who's going to just certify that they do meet all the requirements of the program. So we think it's good to have kind of an arm's length kind of third party who's going to be able to review those things. Then they're going to certify to us that these people meet the program and they're ready to purchase a home. And then from then they're going to go ahead and they're going to enter the process with the sales team over at Sea Haven to actually buy the home. At the end of the day, we just need to make sure that the deed restrictions are all in place on the property agent. And the deed restrictions will basically include a 45-year deed restriction for any of these units. So if somebody buys it, it has to be sold to somebody who's of the same affordable level for 45 years is the way the program is set up currently. So I mentioned a second ago, so people are on Friday morning, they can go onto the website, they can submit their basic information, their name and their email and stuff. They're going to get a response immediately. It's going to say, here's a survey, fill this out. The information in the survey is really important. This is a self-certification thing. So people are going to certify themselves of their income levels and the preferences that they meet. Because this is what's going to be used for the lottery, if somebody puts in here that say they have 4 preferences and they really only have 2, the issue at the end of the day is going to be that they're going to lose their spot in line because they've now circumvented somebody else who is ahead of them in line. So it's really important that people put accurate information into this document when they resubmit the survey. And at the end of the day, you'll see that we'll talk about in a second, the lottery, that having 3 preferences or having 2 preferences, could make a difference, but it's not like you're in or out of the program because of that. It's really a matter of the odds. That's what it is. So this is the basic information that you'll self-certify based on. And again, I think, if people want to get ready, go to our housing page today, start to look at the criteria of the program so that they know exactly before this happens that they are ready to go and they understand those things. So I mentioned we're going to have a lottery. We already have 250 people on an interest list that are going to, on Friday morning, they're going to get this survey right away. So they fill this out. So we expect that we're going to have 1,000 people minimum who are going to submit to this. So this is going to be pretty intensive because we have more homes, or we have more people than homes. We have to have a lottery. And the way the lottery is going to work is that on the 8th, this thing will close, and then we're going to separate out who has preferences and who doesn't. And might as well just jump rid of that real quickly. So the preferences, the way they're going to work is you're going to get 1 point for every preference you have. You can only get 1 per household though. So if you have somebody who lives in Marina and you have somebody who works in Marina, that's 2 points as long as but you can't double it up, the same thing on both sides. So for each point, we'll get you an additional number in the lottery. So your odds go up that your name will get called higher, basically, is the way to work. We're going to have 2 different lotteries. One is going to be for people with preferences. So we'll have the first tranche of people, all the people with preferences, and they're going to, have their list of their rank order. And then the next one will be people who don't have preferences. Because of the way that this works in the way, over time, people are going to, their circumstances are going to change, the qualifications are going to change, some people are going to fall out, some people are going to decide they don't want to go forward. So if somebody's number 50 on the list, there's a great chance that they're going to get an opportunity for a home pretty quickly. They say it takes about 1,000 people to sell 100 homes is generally what they say. So I would encourage everybody that, don't be discouraged by that alone. That I think that if you're on the list in the beginning, we have 200 homes to sell over 2.5, 3 years. There's a good chance that you're going to get your opportunity, even if you are not number 1. So what we're going to do to advertise this is, like I mentioned, we're already going to send it out Friday morning to everybody who's already submitted interest, and they're going to get the survey and they're going to just, submit it back right away or as soon as they can. They're going to have though until September 8th to submit that survey. We're going to send out, we have flyers that were just sent to me this afternoon by the Sea Haven team of the actual units. And I gave you 1 flyer, but there's a couple others. It's all going to be loaded up on our website, so people all have all the information. And really, the website is going to be the most important tool for people. One thing that I think as a small staff, if people rely on us to answer questions, I could tell you it's typically about a 20-minute phone call. We're not going to be able to probably hold everybody's hand in that nature when a lot of the information is going to be right there for them. So we'll do what we can to help them, but I don't want to see people miss the deadlines and stuff because they're waiting on, us to be able to respond. And I think it'd be really good to rely on the website and the information that's there, and then rely on us as a backup for the initial kind of tranche of whether or not you qualify. So we're going to put it out through all the media channels as well. So the plan is that all this is going to really take shape in the next 24 hours, including the press releases and stuff. And then we've got flyers that we're going to be able to distribute far and wide as we want. And then depending on the initial list that we get back, the developer then will take it from there and they'll do their larger advertising to a larger area. But we're starting out just local, and then after a bit of time, seeing how it goes, and then give it the larger push if we need to. So some of the things that are coming up to look out for, on September 16th and 30th, the developer is going to do an open house of the units between 11 and 1 o'clock. So that'll be for anybody to, to go over and walk through the units and see whether or not it's something that they're interested in. The lottery date and time will be finalized in the next couple weeks. And then, also pay attention for additional units as they come available throughout the very distant future. Here's my information. If people do need help, they can email me. But again, if I'm getting 1,000 emails, I don't know if I can help everybody instantly. So we'll do our best around here. But we want everybody to kind of look themselves and make sure, first of all, do I fit in these categories? Do I qualify? Is this something that will work for me before, anybody spends too much time really worrying about it? Because could be a choice for some people depending on their income. There are deed restrictions. You don't get the same equity that you would under a normal for sale home. So people have some considerations to make. One thing that I left out a little while ago is that when somebody goes to the agency that's going to self-certify, there will be an educational component too, that they're going to learn all about owning a BMR home, and the fact that, on an annual basis, you have to certify, you have to show you still live there. They can't be rented out. It has to be owner occupied, things like that. So they will learn about all that as well. That's all I have.
Thank you, Matt. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
I want to thank you and the staff and this council for pushing ahead on this, making affordable housing possible. I was listening into the council meeting last night of Monterey and the registry, and my questions. Sorry, there we go. Sorry. You mentioned they can't, what other kind of restrictions are there? There's a deed restriction. You can't rent it out. Can you Airbnb it? Tell me, how do we make sure that the intent is being met? And what are the repercussions if the intent is not met?
Well, there are repercussions that'll be all listed within the deed. I think they could go all the way up to forcing a sale if we actually had to, but I don't think that's going to be our interest. We will need to, on an annual basis, certify each one of these units. So this is also a new day for the city of Marina with the housing department. You are a department now. You're not just a program. This is going to be a big deal. Anytime somebody wants to refinance, anytime somebody wants to do anything, they have to come through the city of Marina in order to make sure that we kind of guide that through the process and make sure that the new buyers qualify and stuff. It's restricted in that you do have to be an owner occupied. So you cannot rent it. You cannot Airbnb it. If you were renting units within your house, that would change your income. So that might be something that could cause complications. However, when it comes to income qualifying, it's just when you purchase the home is the only time we really look at that. But if you bought a home and you're renting out 5 bedrooms, that's a good question. That's probably something we'd have to, cross that bridge when we get to it. But I don't think that would necessarily require any kind of repercussions to it, but it's not the intent of the program.
Yeah, let's hope that stays within the correct usage. The other question I had is this, am I correct to say that there's a 48-hour window of launch here for Marina residents, or can you tell me what the what that's gonna look like? And then when is the drop dead lottery happen?
Yeah, so there's gonna be actually, so we've already got people who've been submitting their names on the interest list. So they're gonna get, I mentioned the survey is kind of the second thing that happens once you submit your interest. So they'll automatically get the survey. Anybody who else for the next 30 days, doesn't matter if they're Marina resident or not, puts their name on the list, they're gonna get the survey. What really matters is what you have for preferences. So it really isn't a first come, first serve. If you submit your information at 11:50 on the 8th, you're gonna have the same opportunity for the lottery and stuff as somebody who submits it first thing on Friday. Because you wait to the very end, you take everybody, and you separate them out. You have preferences, they don't have preferences, and then you give them all a number based on how many preferences they have, and then you conduct a lottery. So it's not so much of a first come, first serve thing.
Well, thank you to you and your team for making home ownership possible for hundreds of people. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Member Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question, Matt, about the first 5 units. So that they're all detached, but there seems to be one floor plan with a 1-car garage. I must have missed that.
They
I
are,
must have not paid attention then.
yeah, they are, I wish I had diagrams for all of them at this moment quickly, but the cottage units are the 1,000 square feet, 2-bedroom. They are detached. All of them are detached. 2-bedroom, 1 bath, 1-car garage, and that's the one at 464. So there's one of those. Then there's a 3-bedroom unit, which is it's basically the Larkspur Plan 3. And that is a 2-story unit that's 1,500 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 2-car garage. And then there's the Bridge Cottages, which is also the Larkspur. It's just for a different level of income, qualified person. And there's going to be 2 of those. So there's a total of 3 of those 3-bedroom units. And then the last one is a 4-bedroom of those Larkspur models.
Yeah, so I thought that the only units with just 1-car garage instead of 2 cars were the attached, what do you call it, townhomes.
Just the town, yeah. So there are 15 of these 2-bedroom detached homes. There's
That
just
also
15
only
of
have
them
one.
that have
a
1-car
one-car
garage.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need to get the bus there as soon as possible. Yeah, I thought we had more time for that. Thank you. And then just one remark, Friday is September 8th, not 7th. So I hope it's correct on the website.
Oh, okay.
And just like Councilmember Marina Dirksen said, thank you so very much. And everybody who's worked on this or is working on this, I think it's an awesome opportunity for people to own a home, hopefully for an affordable price. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Right. And we do have a couple of hands up on this item, but please use the public comment period, which is coming up, to ask your questions or give your comments on this below market discussion we've just had. At this time, we're going to go to council and staff for any announcements. Councilmember Biala.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to make a comment about the presentation. Did we close that out already?
Sure, you make comment now.
Or questions? That's.
Yeah, I didn't see your light earlier. That's why. I didn't
Oh,
ask you.
okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so Matt, I wanted to ask you, so so that I understand, so the Sea Haven right now, we're doing this lottery and it's for how many units?
Well, it's a total of 210.
Right,
So the lottery though will establish a list that is going to go for the whole
okay, so
program.
it goes across through all phases.
Yeah.
We're not doing it just by
Yeah,
when they become available, when they're being built or anything like that.
that's
In
correct.
phases. Okay, got it. Okay. And when you look at Terracina at the dunes, so these are rentals, but essentially they're exactly the same BMR program, the same exact qualifications as the Sea Haven homes.
It's slightly different for rentals, but the preferences are the same.
Okay.
And the income levels are lower because they have very, very low and they have very low and low.
Okay, all right. And on that one, I know we had a tremendous amount of response. And so really right now it's closed because you have so many right now to interview and there is an interview process. with the Terracina, correct? But there's not necessarily an interview process with the homes, or it's a processing of the applications.
So we probably should, I don't know, I'm not sitting with them when they're meeting with these people, but I don't know if I'd call it an interview as much as a consultation. They're just seeing if they actually do meet the program requirements, if they come to the meeting. It seems like a lot of people aren't coming to the meeting. So I think it's more of that. It's not so much of like we're interviewing to see if you can rent the unit.
I mean, in this, oh, okay, in the Terracina. Okay, I think they're calling it an interview, and so that was a
Yeah.
little confusing to me. Okay, and then the Terracina is first come, first serve, essentially, right? In terms of looking at whether you're qualified. And there's no lottery involved in the rental parts.
For the 450, they are on the list of the order that they were submitted, is what I was told. by
Yeah,
the
so that
candidates.
is a first come, first serve.
Yeah.
I actually like the lottery system that you're doing for Sea Haven, because I'm always concerned about how outreach is. So if outreach is lacking in some way, then of course the first come, first serve will demonstrate that priority of outreach. And so that's always a concern. So I like the lottery, and I hope that that it turns out to be, a very equitable process with the Terracina apartments. But I think with the lottery system, it really sounds very fair, and that everybody, no matter if you applied on day 3 versus on day 30, you're still going to be considered. So I think that's very good. I didn't quite understand the point system. So let's say that our preferences is obviously that you live in Marina and that you work in Marina, but you said you don't get 1 point for each of those. So you just get 1 point for either of them that you identify as the preference?
Well, because there's actually 4 things. So if do you live in Marina? Do you work in Marina? Are you a city employee, public safety employee, or do you work for a school in Marina? So if you have somebody who, say, a husband and wife, they both live in Marina, so they get 1 point for living in Marina. However, they would each get a point though for different employers if one, say, is a city employee and one is a school employee. So they would get 3 points then.
I see. Okay. Okay, got it. I see. Okay, so the four sections, and so you could get up to 4 points technically, but that would be pretty hard. But even if you just lived in Marina and you worked in Marina, that's still 1 point,
Mhm.
right?
If you live in Marina and work in Marina, it's 2 points.
Oh, 2 points. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was thinking. You said you can't double up.
Yeah, you can't double up in the same household. So it's like 2 people who live in Marina can get 2 points because they both live in Marina because they
Uh-huh.
already live.
Uh-huh. Okay, great. Wonderful. Okay. It is just so fabulous. This is exactly what Marina has been needing, and we've worked towards that, and it's actually coming to fruition. It's so exciting.
It is.
Yeah.
If I could add one thing, because you brought up an important point. If after this 30-day period, somebody wants to get on the list, they still can. They're just not going to, they just have kind of missed this lottery window. They'll just kind of be at the bottom. As I mentioned, the experience of the people who, like Sea Haven developer is Wathan Castaños, is involved in other projects. And what they've told us is that, people who even come on the list later are most likely to get a chance, because that many people kind of wash out through the process. Either, again, people move away, their income changes, over time. They weren't serious in the first place. So would not discourage anybody from putting their name on the list regardless of what time it is.
Okay. Now in the Terracina, I think the city has hired a separate organization to handle all of the application process. And is that so on the Sea Haven also? There's a completely separate.
Yeah, not entirely. So Terracina is being operated by USA Properties, which is they were the developer. So they develop and they operate those affordable apartment projects. Under this circumstance, we're working with the Sea Haven sales team, their preferred lender who works on affordable loans on other projects, and a organization called People Self Help that they do affordable. They do kind of like Chispa here in Monterey County. I actually reached out to Chispa and they said it wasn't their model, so they couldn't help. But we just wanted somebody who we can send them to a
Yeah.
third party who is impartial, who can verify all the information before they go forward, and certify and then educate them too, again, on the program. So,
Yeah, and it sounds like the city of Marina actually has more to do with the Sea Haven project than it does on the Terracina.
a lot more. Yeah.
Okay,
for
great.
sure.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. Now we'll go to the council and staff announcements. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen, do you want to start off?
Why don't you go ahead? The first event happening this weekend.
So we have a very large event happening this Saturday. Most of you heard about the Martin Luther King Jr. celebration. It starts at 11 o'clock and ends at 2 outside the Marina Library. We already have 660 RSVPs. We planned originally for 500 people, so we've had to increase the amount of food and the cost of the event and probably the number of ponies, et cetera. But the important thing is to let people know who want to come to RSVP. That's how you're going to guarantee that you get to sit down and eat the Southern buffet for free. Otherwise, we might not have enough food for everyone. So it's really important to RSVP at the cityofmarina.org website. It only takes less than 2 minutes to RSVP for you and your party. But that's the important thing to know, other than it's going to be a wonderful event. And kudos to Andrea Willer, our Department Director for Recreation and Cultural Services Department. Thank you, Andrea. And she's been helped out a great deal by Carolina Rivera, her administrative assistant in the Recreation and Cultural Service Department. So staff has been working very hard. The police are involved. I'm sure the fire department is involved. Public Works is still cleaning up the park, getting it ready. A lot of volunteer hours have gone into this already. So it's going to be, I think, an iconic City of Marina community spirited event. And I hope everyone can make it out. But the important thing is to please RSVP at cityofmarina.org. Saturday, this coming couple days from now, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Okay, Christy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two events to note. Prior to the our free community event, Compass Church will be having a Touch a Truck event. It's also free from 9 to noon at their Marina campus. So there will be a city, I think a backhoe and a big MST bus and just all kinds of big things that kids and adults alike can partake in. The other thing I want to mention is on Saturday, September 23rd, the Monterey Off-Road Cycling Association's teaming up with REI and the Community Bike Collective and our Recreation Department to put on a movie at our new pump track. It's going to be a movie called Esperanto about biking all over the world. And I think it's going to be really fantastic. The pump track is one of our latest crown jewels. So that event is also free. And these free events, I just really want to make a comment that our community really gives thanks to those that shop in Marina and pay taxes in Marina, because these are the things that we certainly invest back into our community. And I think that's what we really want to let everybody know, that you're welcome in our community. Just let us know you're here. So RSVP and look on our city website to keep in touch with new events. So thank you very much.
Okay. Our city manager, Lane Long.
I was gonna do this in budget discussion, but I'll do it now. Juan Lopez, who's been our finance director for 2 years now. This Friday will be his last day working for the city, and he's will then go work for another housing agency. And Juan has just had a tremendous time here. His 2 years. We will truly miss Juan from just the employee standpoint, from the expertise that he's brought to our finance department, to building the staff, and we'll really miss Juan. And it's going to put a lot of pressure on all of us tonight, and hopefully adopt the budget, because Juan will be gone on Friday if we don't adopt the budget. And Laura, have we announced you in council meeting yet before? I don't think we have. So if you could come up to the podium, Laura, we're gonna we have Juan's replacement, is Laura Perneda. And I'll have you just tell the council a little bit about you, your background, and Laura is going to be a great replacement for Juan, and we're really excited to have her on board. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. It's going to be a transition. I come from private practice, 20 something years. Oh my gosh, I think I'm aging myself. So 20 something years in private practice. So Juan has been amazing in helping to facilitate the transaction or the transition to the government world. It is, yeah, it's very different. Lots of moving parts. So thank you, Juan, for being an amazing mentor in that regard. Yeah, he's going to be gone in 16 hours and I'm starting to feel the heat. I'm like, okay, I was on deck and now I'm up to bed. About me. Okay, well, graduated from Stanford many years ago in engineering, played Pac-10 softball. I kind of really am into health and wellness. I have 2 children. I coach football. I'm doing a triathlon in 2.5 weeks. I do jujitsu. In the last 5 years, professionally speaking, I was in the cannabis world. That was never a dull moment. I often thought that the cannabis world, yeah.
I've heard of that.
So yeah, I used to, yeah, I was making pitches to NBC and CBS for a reality TV show because it was quite crazy and never a dull moment. But yeah, so now I'm here and I'm looking forward to working with and for the city of Marina. And I am likely not going to have all the answers anytime soon, but I promise that I will do my research, find the answer and circle back. So your patience until I'm in command is going to be greatly appreciated, but I am happy to be here.
Welcome, Laura.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Good selection, Juan. Okay, so we're going to move on now to public comment. And we'll start with Charisse. Hello, Charisse. Good evening.
This is public comment.
Yeah, Phil, I called on Charisse, so we'll call on you in a moment. Okay. And Charisse, if you're having trouble, we'll move on and come back to you. Go ahead, Charisse.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. So I'm on representing AATCLC, the African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council. And I understand that we wrote a letter in support of tobacco retail license ordinance and a smoke-free public places ordinance amendment. So I'm just here to sit in.
Excuse me, Charisse. Charisse, one moment, Charisse. Can you hear me, Charisse?
I can. I have a little bit of feedback.
Charisse, because that's okay. So that is on our consent agenda. So this is the time for you to comment. So I just want to let people know that she's commenting on the tobacco retailer license item that's on our consent agenda item. So please continue, Charisse.
Okay, I actually wasn't prepared to speak. I was just told that I was to represent the organization. So, but basically what the organization does is support the reduction of tobacco in communities and the city because of what the effects of tobacco has done to so many people. Oh, hello?
All right. Yes, you can continue, Charisse, if you have more.
No, that's pretty much it. Like I said, I wasn't prepared to speak. I was just told that I was going to sit in on the meeting and wait for the for the approval of the amendment.
Yeah, Sharice, so it's on our consent agenda, which means we might not talk about it later. So this is your chance to talk about it now. All right, so we'll move
Okay.
on, and I made the
Yes,
mistake
please.
of not going. Thank you, Sharice.
Okay, thank you. I believe the letter was read previously.
Okay, thank you and good night, Sharice. All right, so I made the mistake of not inviting the people in person. So let's go to the people in person and then we'll return to the people who are online. And Phil, if you'd like to come on up and start the comments for those that are in person. And now is the time for anything on consent calendar or anything on your mind that's not otherwise on tonight's agenda.
Chandler Rowland, a Marina resident. Subject is the MST Surf Project. My subject tonight is MST's Project Surf passenger ridership figures taken from MST's 2022 annual report, indicating 880,000 vehicle owners, passengers will use the new bus lanes 1 year after construction is completed. MST will not provide me with the 2022 passenger riders figures for the number 20 bus express between Marina and Sand City, since the stop level data does not exist, only indicating that the Marina Sand City trip will be 16 minutes shorter than in travel time. The TAMC executive director states the 880,000 passenger ridership will be from citizens without vehicle transportation, elderly, students, workers, etc. I strongly disagree with both organizations on the ridership issue. 880,000 per year equals 2,410 passengers each day in that year. To transport these passengers, you would need every day 60 scheduled trips of full capacity 40-seat buses moving between the Marina Bus Sand City Transit stations. This is impossible. Impossible. Once again, I find MST misleading the Monterey public on the benefits of the SURF project. Please restudy the entire program. Another Whispering Oaks catastrophe, only greater in scope. And remember, we are talking possibly of $100 million in taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil. Okay, anyone else in person that would like to speak tonight? Come on up.
My name is Pat Mahoney. I'm a member of Marina, resident, and I wasn't going to talk, but I completely agree with Phil. I think $100 million is going down the toilet with this surf project. I've ridden the bus half a dozen times in the last 6 months, and there's never been more than 2 people on it. I took class at MPC, and I took the bus to MPC with my free bus pass, and there's never been more than 2 people on it. And I've taken the number 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. And thanks for riding the bus. Appreciate that. Okay, anyone else before we go back to online? Seeing no one rising, let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise. Good evening.
Good evening. You can hear me? Good evening. You can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great. Back to the qualification process at Sea Haven. I just want to make clear that is the city determining what owner occupied is, or is their third party vendor owner occupied? So what it sounded like from what Matt said, and second question is owner occupied. I live there on the weekends, but don't live there 5 days a week or the other way around. I live there. Can the owner of a unit own another property. So if they're a pre-existing property owner, can they, even if they meet the income requirements, do they qualify for the program? Any
All right, thank you,
clarification needed?
Denise. We have those two questions.
Thank you. That'll do it.
Okay, no, thank you. Thanks again. Let's go to Mike Moeller. Hello, Mike.
All right. Hi, can you hear me? Good. Thank you, Mayor, City Council.
Yes, we can hear you, Mike. Good evening.
Right.
Yeah,
I
we
wanted
can
to
hear
make
you,
a
Mike.
couple announcements first on behalf of the Marina Chamber of Commerce. We are hosting a workshop presented by the Monterey County Business Council's Build Back Better team. This is part of a series of workshops that aims to keep business owners informed about resources available to them to help their business grow and thrive. These workshops are completely free and held in various venues in Monterey County. This particular workshop that we are co-hosting will be held tomorrow, September 7th from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Will be held at the Martinez Hall, located at 220 12th Street in Marina. For more information, go to marinachamber.com. Speaking of Marina Chamber, recent changes in the board of directors has resulted in a new president, treasurer, and secretary, being me. We are very excited about the rapid increase in membership recently, and we look forward to supporting the Marina businesses community as the city continues to grow. Stay tuned for more upcoming mixers and the return of past chamber events that took a pause during the pandemic. And that's all for Marina Chamber business. As I got time, I will mention on September 23rd, the Marina Tree and Garden Club will begin work on its newest perk pond transformation. Soon on Vista del Camino, the neighbors will enjoy a nice pollinator garden rather than weeds and ice plant. Well, anyone is welcome to join in and help from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. September 23rd. Nice, easy, short day. Bring gloves and water. We have tools, but you can bring yours if you like. And we will provide lunch afterwards. We hope to see you there. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mike. Let's go to Grace Silva Santella.
Hello, Mayor and Council. You can hear me okay?
Yes, Grace, good evening.
I wanted to piggyback on the event coming up here this Saturday at the library, the Martin Luther King Jr. statue dedication. Friends in the Marina Library will also be having their monthly Dad's Read event that starts at 10 o'clock. And on the second Saturday of every month, we also show an independent art house film at 2:30 in the afternoon. And this coming Saturday afternoon, the Friends of the Marina Library will be showing the 2014 film Selma, which celebrates the work of Martin Luther King Jr. and others within the civil rights movement. It was a highly critically acclaimed film, and we know that the room seats, I think the fire seating is 87. Our film starts at 2:30. I assume that the 800 to 1,000 people showing up on Saturday, most will be gone, but I invite those of you who are 14 and older. It is a serious topic, and people will want to be quiet throughout the film. It'll be an opportunity for some of you who worked really hard on this event to sit and have a couple of hours of some contemplative thoughts as you reward yourselves for the hard work that you did to install this Martin Luther King garden. And I hope I see a few of you there at 2:30 in the community room at the library on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace, for putting on that movie and everything else you're doing with Friends of the Marina Library. Let's go to Jeff Markham. Good evening, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. I had two things I wanted to talk about. The first is a thank you to the Planning Department and staff for the Marina Heights pedestrian crossing that's been lit up for everyone. I've personally observed it working well, although I think there's some people that are confused about what the different signals mean, but it is working. They are, the kids are able to get across much more safely during the time when they're going to school. So thank you for that. The second thing is, as some of you know, perhaps more than some, we had a tragic house fire on Liberty Court that caused a fatality. And I'm wondering, like, if some of the other cities in the Monterey Bay, if our fire department might be able to do some community outreach about fire safety, particularly dealing with seniors about, smoke detectors when they expire, batteries and things like that, if we can help make the community a little more safe by reaching out and doing some community outreach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Let's go to Sophia Murphy. Welcome, Sophia. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you, Sophia.
Okay, so my name is Sophia. I'm a Marina High student and I'm a sophomore. And I'm a bit concerned about like public safety, transit. Well, mostly walking. Like multiple US cities have become not walkable for like kids that are going to school, that are like going to stores. And I wrote an email specifically talking about the lack of sidewalks near 7-Eleven. And I just want to make Marina a walkable city for for high school students or any other students specifically. And I just want to know if y'all are going to do anything about that.
All right, Sophia, we'll get to your question when the public comment is over, but you do have some time left. If there's anything else you want to say now.
No, I'm good.
All right. Thanks again for your email and thank you for joining us and speaking tonight. All right, we're going to go to MN.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. Hello, Mia.
Hi. So I wanted to thank Phil and Pat and all the previous speakers that raised concern about the SURF project. I was against it from the beginning, and I had questions to the staff that presented the SURF project back in June, and I don't think my questions were answered. And one of them is, I questioned the ridership presentation that was presented and the numbers that they prepared. Again, there was not really a clarification of how many Marina resident riders would take the bus from here to Sand City, which is 6 miles. And to justify the estimated 66.1 million of expense, which I don't believe is the correct number either. It probably is in the 100 million range, as Phil mentioned. So it would be nice to get a follow-up on that project in another city council meeting where my questions would be answered by them. I was very specific about the page numbers and the estimated time savings that they presented, which contradicts to the report that they have on their own website. So I think, since the impact of the SURF project starts in our city, we need to question, the benefits to our own residents and how we see the city support, public transit People like me are not against public transit. I think it's a great idea. Personally, I'm just against wasteful taxpayer spending that could be used for much more worthy projects that will benefit our city. To allow something to come in and take something like the hand car rails from our city that brings in revenue and fun to people, I think it's just wrong. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mia. And if there's anyone else that wants to speak tonight, we'll give you a moment to raise your hand virtually. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And I forgot that our new policy rather recently is not to go through and answer all the questions, but to ask you to contact staff in between our council meetings. But let's make sure that we have your questions so staff's ready to answer them should you call them. Denise had some questions about whether the city owner occupied determination is made by the city and whether or not the winners of the lottery could own other property and can they only be in this new home on weekends or weekdays. So I think our policy is that you'll wait for them to contact you or you'll contact them. Denise. So Denise, Matt will contact you to answer those questions. And Jeff asked our fire department if we could do some fire prevention outreach, such as smoke detector maintenance. Can someone get back to Jeff on that? Okay. Yeah, so Jeff, please contact the fire department and ask for their chief, Doug McCowan. And then Sophia, on your sidewalks, we'll be talking about that a little bit later because it's ranked number 54 out of 158 projects. And so we'll have some discussion about sidewalk funding during our budget discussion later tonight. And I don't know if Mia, if you want more information or clarification from the city, please contact the planning staff, such as Guido, and he can refer you to Allison or the appropriate person in the planning department, in the community development department. Okay. Anyone note anything that I didn't refer to that should be? All right. All right, so we're going to move on now to our consent agenda. Does any council member have any brief questions or comments or wish to pull anything? Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Hi, I have brief questions on F1, F2, and F3.
Go ahead with F1 first.
Okay, the F1 has to do with the ABC grant that is occurring, that we're going to be accepting. My question is, in reading the report, it talks about doing shoulder taps, which is youngsters coming in and underage minors. And I wondered, is this for Chief Russo? My question is, how are we going to select those? Are we working with a nonprofit? Are we putting in any teenagers in harm just because there might be a store that they might frequent with their families, and if they're sort of narking on the owners? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure.
That's my question.
There's a specific program and rules and regulations that we have to follow in regards to using underage individuals. They have to go through their parents. We have to get signed waivers and things of that nature. And we also tend to use individuals that have knowledge and experience in doing this. And we've actually used some of our own personnel.
Okay, just to follow up, possibly are we using other people from our other jurisdictions? I just worry about repercussions of kids doing this in our own city, in their own town.
We haven't done that in the past, but we can consider doing that. But I happen to actually be involved in that. When I was 14 years old, I was one of the shoulder tapping kids, and I'm very familiar with how the program works, and it's very safe, and it's under the supervision of trained personnel and ABC agents.
That's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, did you want F2?
Yes, this has to do with the SAFER grant accepting. And my question for Chief McCown, I always say it wrong, McCown, is in reading the staff report, it doesn't talk about the, this is for reserve firefighters. Are we paying for their uniforms? Are we paying for their equipment? Because it talked about staff time. So are the reserve firefighters expected to purchase their own equipment, or does the SAFER grant cover their uniforms?
So the SAFER grant will cover their structural firefighting, pay $5,000. That's the most expensive one. They get one uniform shirt, one uniform pants that the city pays for.
That was my question. Thank you. F3 is more of a comment. Is it okay? Okay. Brief comment. This is just an update to bringing this forward. SB 800, Senator Caballero is pushing an advanced air mobility committee. This is the first precursor to hopefully having some support from the state studies air traffic, air mobility such as Joby, and it moved out of the appropriations last week. So this committee may be on its way to funding, and I'm very, very happy to bring this before us and hopefully ask other jurisdictions to sign on support for SB 800. I'm glad we're taking this stance. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Councilmember Biala?
Like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda. As
Second.
presented.
All right, any final comment before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
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 That motion passes unanimously with the 5 of us present. And we move on to no public hearings, but our action item, the big item of the evening, our budget. I'll ask our city manager to lead us off.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We are excited to present this budget to the council. As Juan and I and the staff have talked, this really is a historic budget for the city of Marina. We've never had a budget like this ever before in our past, and so we're excited for this. As we put the budget together, it really is a culmination of a lot of work of our whole staff, from our department heads to our other employees, and especially our finance department. We rely heavily on their expertise, but it really involves a lot of input and guidance and support from the council that starts with our retreat. And we had another study meeting in May, and then a meeting in July where we reviewed in detail the capital improvement program. So it really is the culmination of a lot of efforts that bring us to this point. And I really want to express personally how much I appreciate Juan and his finance department for the work that they've done. And Juan has worked many late evening and many a weekend getting this budget together, and we appreciate that. As we do our budgets, we always budget conservatively, and by that, we never want to be caught short in that we don't want our revenues to be lower than what we think and our expenditures to be more than what we project. And so we're always trying to be on the conservative side, but at the same time, we're trying to be as accurate as possible. Essentially, our budget it's a decision on how we're going to allocate our resources. And as we put this together, we've taken the input of the council from our various retreats and meetings, and we put it in a format that we think we're allocating it to address the service demands of the community, but also to address the priorities that the city council has put out. And so we think that we have a good budget document in doing that. And so if Juan, if you can go to the next slide. The most critical thing about this budget is it's balanced. And by that, ongoing revenues are covering the ongoing expenditures. And this is mandated by an ordinance or resolution that the council adopted, but it's just a good practice that you don't want your budgets to be upside down. And this is a little complicated because we're shifting a lot of money from funds to fund different projects. And this has been the complicated part on Juan's end as he's put this together, and at the same time keeping our budget structurally balanced. Again, the proposal tonight reflects the goals and the priorities of the city council from all of our meetings that we've had. It sustains all of our existing service levels and all of our programs. So we've not cut or eliminated any programs. Right now, the budget has not added any additional staff. And in some of our prior meetings, we've talked about some of these additional staffing needs. We can't add those right now and keep it structurally balanced, but later on tonight, what we're going to talk about that, and council certainly has some options and you can give us some direction on that. But that's why that has not been added to the budget is we can't do it and keep it structurally balanced. Budget also includes wage and benefit increases for employees, and it's really important that we stay competitive in our market and retain and recruit good qualified staff. And so the council has given us direction that we think that we're able to do that in this budget. As we go on through the evening, you're going to see that we have significant investments in our infrastructure and in our parks and capital projects that are really going to make a huge difference in the quality of life of our city. And that's why I really think this is a historic budget. And at the same time as putting this together, we have not tapped into any of our required reserves. And so we've kept all those in place. Next slide. So I wanted to highlight just a few things. Now, these are in detail in the budget book, and we can do that. But I just really wanted to highlight on a broad level of really what is going on in the city in the next year, 2 years. So right now we are working on our downtown revitalization plan, and that should be hopefully completed in the next few months. We are doing a general plan update, and that is huge process. That's going to take another 18 months. We're also at the same time updating our local coastal program, which is a huge endeavor by our planning staff. And then we are moving forward with our housing element, the 6th cycle, and any one of those by itself would keep your community development department busy. And so you can kind of see they are really moving. At the same time, we have this little development called the Dunes it's building, and Sea Haven is building, and Marina Station is building, and other housing projects. And so we're very proud of our community development department. We are building affordable housing in our community more than anyone else, I think, in the peninsula and probably the county. Matt gave a great presentation on what's going on with the Dunes and Sea Haven. And again, in total, we're going to have 350 affordable housing units that are going to be available in our city. Huge. The council has led us down a path on Cypress Knolls of putting together a development that is going to have housing for the average worker. And what we call it is this middle housing that is lost. And so it'll be housing that our kids and our grandkids and others will be able to afford in Marina. And so we are working on the RFP right now to put that out to get proposals in for that project. But that's a huge, massive project on affordable housing. Then Del Monte Avenue has been a huge priority of the council. We have not responded as quickly as that, but I can tell you we are moving very quickly on that right now. We actually met with our consultant today, and she had some draft plans, and they are really exciting. And so I think you'll really love seeing that. And we'll be scheduling an open house probably in the next month or so, really to start fleshing out those concepts and ideas. And then that will eventually get back to the city council. At the same time, it's a concurrent thing as we're working on these medians, getting our medians beautified. We have this downtown vitalization plan. And so this budget is setting aside $4 million so we can actually do some things on Del Monte to really start implementing that vitalization. Because the last thing that we want is another plan that we get and we put on the shelf and it's like, oh, we don't have any money, we can't move forward. And so this budget is allocating $4 million that the council really, as we start to get these plans and ideas that you really have something to work with. And we're excited about that. Next slide. We have this massive street resurfacing program. You can start go on our website and get more, and we're going to get more readily information out there that'll show the streets that are being done. And essentially, the council, we issued a bond funded by our Measure X funds for over $12 million. And then in addition to that, we have ongoing revenue that we're putting into that. And so really over the next 3 years, and 15 million is probably a conservative number. It's probably more like 18 to $20 million that we're going to be pumping into resurfacing, rebuilding, reconstructing ADA ramps on streets through our whole city. And so this is a massive street resurfacing program that will, if people can be patient over the next 2 to 3 years, when we can get to their streets, it will really change how our streets look, and especially the local streets. And then to talk about streets, these are some amazing things that are going on. Imgen Road widening will be starting this fall. That's a $43.9 million project, and most of those funds are state and I think there's a little bit of some federal funds in there. We had a small match on our end. We have Del Monte and Beach Roundabout. We're putting 300,000 into fixing that. We have a lot of problems there. Imgen Parkway and California intersection, $1.8 million to improve that and help the traffic to flow better there, because California is just getting busier all the time. Ryan Dollar and California intersection, we have 1.2 million budgeted to fix that intersection there. California Avenue from Imgen to 8th, we're going to complete that street, and that's $3 million. Then Del Monte and Reservation intersection, we just got from TAMC, and Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Christine Medina Dirksen as on the TAMC board. We've got $1.9 million to fund improvements to that intersection, and that's been a major priority of improving the signaling so so pedestrians can walk better across there, and then we're also will probably do some tweaks on the medians with that to make the flow of that better. Then we have a traffic signal on Imgen and 3rd, and we got grant money for that, and so that would be going in. That's $1 million. 8th Avenue, we're going to be finish the construction of that street to California Avenue, 8th Street, $3.5 million. You can see we're investing a lot there. Next slide, please. Then we get to some of the fun stuff. Our Dune City Park, $8.5 million is invested in that park. And these are funds that we're actually proposing there. Windy Hill Park, additional $1.1 million. Gloria Jean Tate Park, $8 million. And so these are going to completely fund updating these parks. So Windy Hill's going to get all new playground, restrooms finally. Gloria Jean is going to completely finish that park. Then Sea Haven Park has already been funded. That's $4.8 million. 1.8 is from the city. 3 million is from Watkins Castanos. We've already ordered the park, the playground equipment that should be probably arriving pretty soon. And so we're just waiting for Sea Haven really to start the work on that. Preston Park, we have allocated $6.5 million for Preston Park, and that will fund our rehabilitation of the existing ball fields, get those fixed and operating and working how we want, get them cleaned up. It'll rehab the existing building there, and then we're there's probably about $5.5 million for constructing new ball fields out there, and and in the future, we're proposing an additional 4 million. In this budget, we're only funding 6.5 million. But that will really start adding additional ball fields and soccer fields. That'll start to really make that a complex. And then with the 4 million down the road, that will add another ball field, another soccer field down there. Lock Padden Park, there's 350,000 that is allocated for that park. We've talked about Asian garden concepts and other concepts that are going on there with that. The disc golf, we are finally to the point, it's gone through our community development process, and going through that process, we need to establish parking. And so this is to provide funds to get some parking, and then that project will be able to really start moving forward. We've done all the environmental work that we need to do. And
That's Salinas Avenue Woods.
correct. Then we have city facilities, and let me just go out to the parks. I mean, these parks, that is amazing what that's going to do to transform our community. So we're really excited for that. Now, city facilities, we're putting proposing $1 million just for deferred maintenance in the city facilities here, and it's not the 10 to 15 million that we need to do all the improvements if we were not going to build a new city center complex. This is just to fix the immediate problems so that we can work on our longer term solution, and we'll talk about that later on. The teen center, we've allocated 300,000. Los Arboles, the tennis courts up there, were allocated 75,000 to resurface those courts and convert the lower courts to pickleball. Our recreation trail, we've allocated 200,000. That was from feedback from the council. Fitz DiMaggio building there, we have allocated 150,000 to put a floor on top of that rock aggregate, so we can actually, people can really start using that floor, and it'll really expand the use of that building. Next slide, please. So you see there is, and that's not all the capital projects, but we're just kind of highlighting some of the major ones. But the funding sources that are allowing us to do this is combined, we have about 23 million in unassigned fund balance. And that has come from prior years, about 11.9 million of fund balances that is accumulated from vacant positions, from as we budgeted conservatively, and if our revenues came in higher and expenditures came in lower, all that we just folded into an assigned fund balance. And so that is building up over the years. We got our ARPA funds, and we have $5.2 million, and those are unrestricted. So we've rolled that in to the general fund. And then the last big pot came from the Dunes Phase 2 land sales. And so that's $6.3 million. And those are what we have really used to fund a lot of these projects, but those are kind of wide open on how council wants to allocate those. We also have impact fees for parks, roads, and intersections. Those are very restricted and can only be spent on certain projects that are identified in the impact fee master plans, and then they can only be spent on actual impacts due to growth. They can't go to fixing a building that just gets old, or your park that just gets old. That has to be from general fund monies. Next slide. We also have other monies. We had the FORA bond, which was 8.7 million. We also had the FORA escrow bond that is 7.2 million. We just got our last notice on that from the bank for about $1 million to close out that escrow bond. And so what we're proposing with this budget is to, where we had used some of those funds for our blight removal, we're proposing just to shift all that to the Sports and Aquatic Center. And so that will give a huge start to the Sports and Aquatic Center of 15, almost $16 million. And then what we also have is these former four-door development fees, and these are what Sea Haven the Dunes pays. So we have about 10 million there. And again, those are very restricted, and those can only go to certain road projects. 8th Street, you're right, it's 8th Street, not Avenue. the Delmonte extension, habitat management, and blight removal. And so we still have a fund balance there, and as that builds up, we'll have the ability to use that even for rehabbing some of these buildings if we want. Next slide. I'm going to pass it over to Juan at that point. So that just kind of gives you the overview of where we're at.
Thank you, Lane.
Oh, there we go. There would be 200,000 in the first year of the SAFER grant, give or take, and then a little over like 215 to 220,000 in the second year. And there's also a cost in the third year as well for that SAFER grant. So it's important for us that we left room in the budget because it is a high priority for council. If and when, knock on wood, that we are awarded that SAFER grant. And so it's important to kind of keep some room in the budget to account for that. That would add, and we'll talk a little bit about it later as it's already been brought to council's attention. It would add 5 staff in the fire department, which for a fire department of our size would be kind of a game changer for how we structurally operate. And then I'll talk a little bit about kind of the general fund revenues initially. So we talk about the big 3 a lot, the sales tax, property tax, and TOT. Those 3 combined make up over 70% of our ongoing revenues. We also have some other revenues as well. So we get some contributions from Preston Abrams. We also have what we call other revenues, and those are kind of interest earnings, some reimbursement fees, licenses and permits that we collect across the city. But by and large, we look at every single revenue source, every budget cycle. The big 3 is where we focus because, that can be focusing on those 3 gives us an opportunity to maybe, look at areas where we can maybe improve and where we can kind of sharpen our pencils and provide better forecasts. So again, sales tax, property tax, and TOT. So sales tax, right now, as Lane mentioned, we do budget conservatively. And so the best information we have available at this time says that a recession will be coming. What it looks like and the magnitude is, anyone's guess at this point, but, some of the industry experts are looking at a mild recession. And as we get closer on in this fiscal year, it's kind of like maybe mild in 24, 25. We also see some property tax that's going to flatten out because we know that interest rates are high and that tends to drive down home sales and home prices. So maybe they don't drop significantly, but we anticipate they would flatten out. And for us as the city in Marina, the vast majority of our property tax is generated from I guess what I would say the older areas of Marina, not necessarily the dunes, for example. And that's kind of, there's a larger conversation around that's been had with this council and other councils as far as, does property tax increment, is it generated from the dunes and does it come to the city? By and large, it doesn't. So a lot of the data we're looking at, it's like existing home sales in kind of central Marina and older areas when property changes hands, that the property gets reassessed. And so that increases the taxable or assessed value. And then TOT is where we kind of expect to see some pretty significant growth, mostly due to the new hotels that have come online and the Home 2 Suites that will come online. So Hampton Inn came online last year. That will help boost our TOT. And then Home 2 Suites, I don't recall the exact service date. Yeah, but it should be coming pretty soon. So you'll see the graphs that I have here kind of highlight some of those, just put it in more of an infographic picture. To say that sales tax, yes, we do anticipate some decrease in sales tax. And, sales tax is one of those things where when COVID hit, we thought, things would tank and people stayed home and they kept buying things, right? And so we kind of see that flattening out through a recession. So you can see that in the graph and how we expect the next 2 years to go. Property tax, again, will kind of flatten out a bit. We won't see that significant spike, that big fluctuation that we saw during COVID, where yes, generally people wanted to buy bigger homes because maybe they were working from home and they need a little more space, or interest rates were also very low, historically low. So we won't see that same increase. We don't anticipate at this point. So we're conservative in that area as well. And then TOT revenues, we do see a nice spike. We kind of are, if you look at the trend line, we're, pre-COVID, there's this big gap, right? Because, hospitality and travel were hit so hard by COVID. But we do see us kind of trending back to that pre-COVID trend. And so we will see with the new hotels coming online, we will see an increase, but we will see what we've anticipated is, hey, for the existing hotels, we do see a decrease. So they will be impacted by a recession, but these new hotels will kind of hold up the TOT by and large, just as a whole. So here's a quick chart on major revenue forecasts. And, I show this because we did miss our target in a few key areas when we revised our budget back in the mid-cycle. So property tax is one where we kind of missed our target. Sales tax, we were pretty close as compared to how we're going to look for 2024. And then TOT, that one, when we went to revise our budget back in spring of earlier this year, or I'm sorry, spring of last year, TOT was the big question mark for us because we weren't sure how quickly things would rebound, but they did rebound pretty well. And then you can see the year-over-year growth from 24 to 25 that, hey, maybe we don't see that $2 million increase year over year. We might see something closer to 900,000 between those three revenue sources. And then we'll talk about ongoing expenses to the general fund specifically. This chart we show every so often, and it kind of illustrates where we spend our money within the general fund. Almost 2/3 of the expenses in the general fund are tied to salaries and benefits. You would find that in most cities. Sometimes some cities and agencies would be even higher, and you wouldn't be outsourcing services as much as we do. But by and large, we do focus a lot and spend a lot of time on salaries and benefits and trying to get good forecasts for those expenses. And those are affected quite a bit, as well as other line items. But, inflation, that's the key word for the last 2 years, really. And so how that affects us on salaries and benefits is pretty significant. Lane talked about wage increases and trying to maintain, something close to recruit, retain with something close to market rate wages and being competitive in that area. We're also seeing property and liability insurance go up quite a bit just across the board. Doesn't matter if it's general liability or property insurance. And then workers' comp is also something we're seeing increase. We'll talk a lot about CalPERS pension costs in some slides that are coming up. And then health insurance. So health insurance will be going up for the next 2 years. We anticipate by at least 10% each year. So we've built that into all of our forecasts. And it's something that, I don't think any agency is getting away from at this point. Those double-digit increases is what everyone's seeing, regardless of where you get your healthcare from. Okay, so I'll talk about CalPERS pension costs. So a very important topic to most agencies in California. Most agencies have a defined benefit pension plan, and a lot of them go through CalPERS. So there's two components to that. There's kind of the normal cost, so what you pay as a percentage of your active employees. And then there's this cloud that's been hanging over every agency, is the unfunded liability payment. I would say that if you poll or survey the vast majority of agencies that have CalPERS, their funded ratio, as they call it, and that's tied to this unfunded liability, we all experience the same pains as the market shifts, right? So it's not anything unique to Marina. It's something that I think we have managed uniquely in that we do have a state stabilization fund to stabilize these payments. And we'll talk about that as well. But it is something that it's a moving target for us every year, and it's hard to forecast because there's so many factors that go into that. And so for the ongoing expenses for, the existing staff that we have on board, we have this normal rate that we pay. And so it's basically a percentage of what we call pensionable dollars. So every dollar that we pay to staff that's we call pensionable, generally regular wages and some other odds and ends. From 22 to 23, fiscal year 22 to 23, and going into 23, 24, we saw a significant increase in that normal cost. There's a lot of factors that go into that. There's a pretty dense actuarial report that CalPERS produces for every single agency. But effectively, we saw, on a year-over-year percentage increase, close to 15%, between 14 and 15% for our classic non-safety and safety employees. And then, 3 to 6% for our, what we call our PEPR employees. How we distinguish between classic and PEPR, I think that question was posed maybe in outside this forum. Generally CalPERS, and there's a long history that goes beyond this, but PEPRA was introduced in 2013 to try and control pension costs across the state. And so new staff who came on board as of 2013 required higher pension contributions from those staff members, and they received fewer benefits and higher retirement ages. So just overall a less generous benefits package, if you will, and that was intended to reduce this normal cost. So you can see that the normal cost for the PEPRA members versus what we call classic members, significant difference there. But that normal cost did go up just across the board. Based on the latest and greatest information we do have our 24-25 normal rate on this sheet. This isn't published quite yet. The CalPERS will be publishing this pretty soon here. We don't see that huge increase from going from 23-24 into 24-25. So that's a good sign for us. We didn't get that sticker shock that we had kind of in the prior cycle. So we will keep an eye on this. It's something we look at all the time as CalPERS gives us their latest updates. Now the unfunded liability payments, this is where we also saw a pretty big shift. And I showed here, similar to the normal costs, what's the year-over-year change? What is that represented as a percentage? So as you went from 22 to 23 or 22, 23 into 23, 24, there was actually a drop to the tune of, 2 to 5% in those payments between non-safety and safety employees. And then as you go into the 23, 24 into 24, 25 cycle, there was over 20% increase in that. And that was largely due to poor investment returns in the CalPERS pension plan just across the board that affected, the vast majority of agencies in California. So the proposed budget includes $2 million as a contribution to the pension liability stabilization fund. Can't recall when that exactly was established, but the long-term intent was to stabilize the payments that are owed from the general fund every year to CalPERS. It wasn't meant to necessarily provide a lump sum that we pay to CalPERS to cover the gap. That's something that's probably unattainable for any agency, but it would help stabilize in the long term all the payments that will come due every year. So generally the general fund share of based on our current assumptions, those payments will increase over the next 10 years to nearly $3.5 million. Those are annual payments. And then the general fund share based on our latest forecasts will go from the 1.9 million that we have in the budget up to about 2.75 million in 26, 27. And it will stabilize from there based on, this latest forecast and this latest plan. And I'll show a kind of a graphic representation of that. But the long-term forecast is that based on these assumptions and the latest information we have from CalPERS, is that as we start drawing down from that pension stabilization fund, that balance will get down to zero in 2037, 2038. So, I made the note here, and it's probably a good question or something to discuss is that, there's so many fluctuations that can happen, right? There's so many shocks to the system that can happen. as we saw in the last year. So it would probably be wise and prudent to take a look at where we will revisit this every year. That's kind of part of our annual and mid-cycle review. But it would be wise to maybe look at a $1 to $2 million transfer at some point. And I think that will get us to the finish line on the overall just long-term view, 20-year view of the CalPERS unfunded pension liability payments. It doesn't have to be immediate. I think we're do pretty well. The fact that we do have a stabilization fund, I think that puts us ahead of the game compared to a lot of cities. A lot of agencies do not have that at their disposal. They are on pay-as-you-go. Some agencies, you have the option every year of paying in July, or you can spread it out from July to June and pay 12 monthly increments. There are a lot of agencies that can't afford to make that payment every July, and they have to pay every month, truly pay as you go. So I think we're in a unique position that we have this at and that we had the foresight, the council had the foresight in prior years to kind of start establishing this and revisit it every so often. So here is kind of the scenario that I played out where, that the bars right here are the total payments that will come due to CalPERS based on the latest valuation report. They will come due annually, split it out between the safety and non-safety. And then the red line represents the general fund share of those annual payments. So what we would do is we would taper the general fund's contribution every year until we reach about 2.75 million. And then at that point, the annual payment will exceed the red line, will be above the red line, and anything above the red line would represent a draw from the pension stabilization fund. So we'll start drawing it down so that we only have to come out of pocket $2.75 million. And as I mentioned before, when you start to get to that 2036, 37/37, 38, you start to see that drop. And right around there is when that balance would get down to zero. So it's long-term, I think a reasonable expectation. And it takes a pretty conservative approach, I think, in kind of limiting and putting a ceiling on what the general fund will have to pay for those annual payments. And, we know that if you kind of follow the inflation factor, that 2.75 million in 26, 27, fast forward 10 years, if we cap the general fund's contribution at that amount, that's going to be worth a little bit more over 10 years, right? That dollar. So I think it's a good long-term outlook and a good long-term plan, and we'll continue to revisit every year, right? Because we'll get our annual evaluation report and things will change, of course. I have presented this slide a few times now, and it's worth revisiting, and I call it out in the staff report, and it's very important, I think, to reiterate to the public and to council is that we are including $2.5 million for groundwater protection litigation expenses for this cycle for both years. In this cycle, we also put $2 million set aside into a stabilization fund, same concept as the pension stabilization fund. So we put it in the first year, and then we start drawing. This one we draw a little bit faster, and we start drawing $500,000 in the second year, and we would start off with a balance of $2 million, and then we take $500,000, and we'd be left with $1.5 million. And the following year, you can probably draw down, make a reasonable estimate to what you're going to need to draw down if the litigation continues, right? And Lane and I talk about this a lot. And if you look at our monthly report on the checks that we cut to various law firms to represent us in these matters, you'll see that it's not cheap, right? And I put it in a slide. Here, there we go. So I laid it out kind of as a pie chart to say, what does that represent as a percentage of our general fund expenses? It's about 6% of our general fund. I would imagine the staff here and all the directors can tell you we can do a lot with $2.5 million if it goes away, right? But it is 6% of our general, if you kind of just slice it out and isolate it in that way, it really does, I think, present a stark picture for everyone. Other ongoing reserves and commitments, as Lane mentioned earlier, 20% of our ongoing revenues, that is fully funded in the cycle, gets us close to $7 million by the end of the second year. So that is a good thing. I think Lane and I learned a lot when we went and got the Measure X bonds, and the consultants we work with kind of picked apart all of our policies and our reserves. And I think they were impressed in that we got an improvement to our bond rating. And they gave us some insight to say a lot of agencies have these policies, 20% reserve or some percentage of reserve. A lot of them don't actually fund that. So they have a policy and they don't necessarily follow it because they can't afford to, quite frankly. So the fact that we are able to fund it pretty consistently, I think speaks well of our economic base and kind of our financial base. Vehicle and equipment replacement fund, this is at $750,000 a year. Took a look at this and we felt 750,000 kind of puts us on a good path, a sustainable path. We've moved to a little bit of a lease model with a lot of our vehicles, which I think has helped this as well. Road repairs and maintenance, Brian gave a pretty thorough presentation on this in the last few months, and 1 million is what we'll be contributing to the general fund. And we also have, as Lane mentioned, at least $15 million that we'll be spending over the next 3 years for all street repairs and improvements across the city with our Measure X bonds. So also put in this is a busy tables. And so this is actually represented in the staff report. We had a few, we put in there some general fund information, and this is kind of sprinkled throughout the staff report as well as the budget book, but it lays out all the different the capital improvement program that we implement. Some of these are paid out of operations, but by and large, kind of one-time monies or big contributions from various funds and the funding sources for those. So this is one of 3. So I kind of sorted big to small, so you get the little bit of the scope of this. And so on. So again, this is all captured in the staff report, but it you know, this is a very ambitious budget, as I would say, and probably the largest budget the city's ever proposed and hopefully adopted. I'll hand it over to Brian.
Thank you, Juan.
Mayor and members of council, in spite of those claiming to be me or mistaken to be me, I am Brian McMinn, the Public Works Director. And I'll go over some of the changes to the capital improvement program. There was a pretty extensive presentation on July 25th of all the projects that were proposed going into this budget. Since that time, there have been some changes in the recommendation based on some feedback from council and other things that have kind of been brought to our attention as priorities. I wanted to start out with this project summary format here. You'll see a page in the budget for each of the capital projects that it contains information about it. You know, it's got a project name, a project number that helps staff kind of identify them within the budget and keep track of things. It covers the project scope, what the project entails, some information on the project justification. And then you get these 2 tables that have information in them. And in some cases, we have multi-year projects that are projected to go out 5 years or more in expenditures. You'll see a lot of information on our street program that has a lot of funding projected over that time period. But the top section is about funding or revenue or transfers that go into the project that provide the funding to actually do those projects. And that first column is the funding source. We get multiple funding sources, general fund and special funds that go into the projects themselves. Second column over is the prior year's allocations to those projects. So there were existing projects in this budget that are continuing forward that had allocations in previous years. For this budget that's before you, City Council, the thing to focus on are the yellow columns. And that's for the next 2 fiscal years, what's proposed to be allocated to each project by funding source. And that's what you're really being asked to approve tonight. And then you'll see there's a column out there for out years. In some cases, large projects such as the Sports and Aquatic Center or the Dune City Park are really large projects, and we're working on coming up with a complete funding plan for them. But there may be some funds that are identified in out years that we need to bring to the project to complete the funding plan. The bottom part is expenditure details, and these are just estimates of what we expect to be expended over the next couple of years or even beyond for design and construction within the projects themselves. And then in the lower right, there's an estimate of ongoing annual maintenance cost. If we're adding new facilities to the city, we're doing our best to try to come up with that number. There is a project in the budget for a facilities needs assessment that will help us refine those numbers. In the case of blight removal, we're removing buildings, so there wouldn't be an ongoing maintenance cost for that, or a maintenance project itself, as we're just looking within the project on a facility. The maintenance project itself wouldn't generate additional maintenance costs. It's actually performing the maintenance. So in the maintenance projects, it's not meant to be an indication of the ongoing maintenance needs of that facility itself. And that's just kind of an overview. Again, the columns under the proposed funding detail in the upper chart there, the yellow columns for the fiscal years 23 through 25, that's what council is actually approving with this budget. So getting into the changes since the July presentation, the Dunes Park development, we initially proposed allocate an additional $1.5 million to that. There's already over $5 million in that park, and with a future phase of the dunes under the development agreements, they will be contributing an additional $4.8 million to that project. So staff is recommending that we shift that $1.5 million over to the Preston Park to advance improvements on that park. Landscape architect is working with the budget that we have there existing and with the new developer contribution to come up with the initial development of the park. Preston Park upgrades, as we said previously, we had proposed $1 million going to that project, in addition to $1 million that was allocated in previous years. That $1.5 million shift over from the Dunes Park to the Preston Park, plus $3 million in impact fees, will move us along in rehabilitating the existing fields, the concession stand, playground, restroom, and adding a new multi-use field to that park itself. Airport map grant. This was initially proposed that the city set aside 5 years worth of matching funds in the chance that we would get the Caltrans grant for that. We're recommending that we allocate the first year instead of the full 5 at this point, and that would be $750,000. The traffic signal ADA upgrades, there were a number of projects in the presentation on July 25th that were in a tier 3 and kind of fell below what we thought we had available at that time, kind of looking at shifting some funds around. We now have funds that could go towards the ADA upgrades, this $850,000 additional funding needed for the existing project. Salinas Avenue widening, I think we initially proposed a budget of $1 million with the understanding that the developer would be contributing $1.57 million. Council had directed staff to looking at trying to get that share from the developer and limiting the city's contribution at this time. So we've reduced that to $500,000 to get to the design moving forward at this time. And we'll continue to work with the developer on their contribution so that we have the money to complete design and actually build the roadway widening project. Community center deferred maintenance. This was another one of those tier 3 projects, looking at improving our community center, where a lot of our senior and youth activities take place. So a lot of deferred maintenance there, $500,000. Teen center, similar thing. Tier 3, now recommending $300,000 go towards the teen center for deferred maintenance. Barracks blight removal, we do have some 19 remaining former military buildings, between the small public benefit conveyance farther south on 2nd Avenue, as well as 6 up on CDAC Hill. And that will help us get through at least our barracks blight removal there. And that would be a funding source of blight removal funds.
I also want to mention that we have an obligation under our development agreement with the dunes to have those removed by next year, and so that's why that's on this.
Does that include CDAC Hill or CDAC Hill different?
CDAC Hill is different.
Okay. Recreations trail maintenance, as we presented the proposed CIP in July, council had brought up, we're putting a lot of money into our streets, and we haven't been keeping up with the maintenance on the recreation trail. So here's $200,000 to go towards recreation trail maintenance of general fund dollars. And as mentioned, Elaine mentioned in the presentation, the Vince DiMaggio building floor, coming up with a flooring that is more conducive to recreation programs in there, activities where people might be doing yoga or those types of activities in there. I'll leave that up to Andrea to come up with what that program is. And library landscape irrigation upgrades. There's a lot of interest in improving the landscaping out there. A lot of volunteers stepping forward saying, hey, they want to do something there. We can do something there. But it comes back to the irrigation system that was initially put in place for one use, and uses are expanding and changing out there in that area. So we really need to take a look at that system and make sure that we have an adequate system in place for the existing landscaping and what's proposed coming up in the future for landscape projects in that area. And then Lane also mentioned disc golf parking and access. We have groups in the city that are interested in establishing a disc golf course out there, but we will need some minimal parking and access to make that a usable recreation amenity for the community. And jumping over to the airport, one additional project out there, we can have a consultant work on a standard design for aircraft hangars, the smaller aircraft hangars called T hangars, and expanding that capacity and use out at the airport, with the idea that in the future we may be able to attract developers to help the city build those out and improve the economic viability and utilization of the airport. And that's all I have for the capital improvement program updates.
Council, do you want to break here for questions before we get into the unfunded staff and other unfunded needs, or do you want to continue on and ask questions all at once? Yep.
We're almost in the home stretch here. In the retreats and in our other public meetings, one of the things that the council told us, one of the priorities is really our improving our parks, especially we're adding all these parks. We need staff to maintain these parks in our existing medians, and the problem, as I mentioned earlier, is with our balanced budget, we could not add it. We have applied for for a safer grant. What was approved tonight was a little piece for the reserves part. We have not heard back. Chief McCown is just on pins and needles, waiting to hear back on whether or not we get the award for our other positions, which is huge for our city. I believe Jeff Markin talked about. Do we have people that can talk with our citizens and talk with their senior groups and things like that? And that's exactly when we have these division chiefs. You'll have one over prevention. You'll have one that'll be assigned to be our fire marshal, and then it'll round out our engine company that's out, our second engine company that is out at the airport. It only has a staff of 2 and add another captain and 2 firefighters. Will give that a staff of 3, which will have a huge impact on overtime, because then we'll be able to have that staff that'll reduce our overtime significantly. But what we haven't been able to do is figure out how to fund that. So if we are awarded that grant, even though the grant pays for most of the cost over 3 years, there is a portion that we will have to pay. And so that's the $200,000 here. And that will, that $200,000, that by itself will put our budget really tight, and we don't have a lot of room for contingencies. And so one option for the council is, with our remaining unallocated fund balance, the council can make a decision to allocate those funds, say for the next couple of years, to fund those positions. And Juan and I are comfortable, as we've talked about this, because with the with our groundwater protection litigation, so we built in 2.5 million out of ongoing revenues, and we've done that just because we have not had one-time funds that would be able to sustain the cost for that litigation. It's ongoing, and it's been going on for a long time. But those lawsuits should be resolved in a couple of years. And so you're talking, we're going to have 2.5 million in ongoing funds that is going to be freed up at that point. And so the thought is, if you want to use one-time funds on a temporary basis until these other ongoing funds get freed up, that could be something for the council to consider. And it's the same thing for the park maintenance workers. We don't have 420,000 leeway in the ongoing budget to be able to fund those positions. But if council wanted to draw down our one-time funds for the next 2 fiscal years, we would be able to fund that, move forward with that, and then see where we are on the water rights litigation. We also know that our revenues are going to continue to grow, and hopefully inflation will not continue at this pace for the next couple of years. And so even just regular revenue growth may be able to cover these positions 3 years from now, and not really having to dive into this buffer that we really have with the water rights litigation. The other position that we haven't funded, and Matt didn't really, he kind of alluded to it a little bit, is we're now into the housing business, and rental units is one thing, but ownership is going to really require a full-time person to oversee that process. Now we have 200,000 that was part of the Dune settlement agreement that they have set aside for administration, and so we have some funds to do that. But we'll and then we also have I think 1.8 million from the workforce housing agreement that we did at the Dunes. So we do have some funds set aside in our affordable housing accounts that we could fund a position like that without having to dip into our one-time revenue. But those are the primary positions that were that the council had talked with us about and had given us a direction to try to fund in the budget, and we just weren't able to. But if the council wants, we think we have a path forward to do that. The next slide, please. The major unfunded projects that we just aren't able to address are a new fire station, a new police station, and our civic center, community center facilities. And no cities are able to pay for these out of cash. And this is something, these are here it's 45 years old or longer than 45 years old. And we can't keep on kicking this down the road. We have to figure it out. And so what the council has given us direction is work on a general obligation bond, and that's the next agenda item. And after that, we're going to talk a little bit about that. But that facility, the cost last year is estimated at 50 million. Now the Sports and Aquatic Center in this budget, we have 18 million allocated, and we're about 20 million short. We still have not received money. We're reaching out to the philanthropy community. We're reaching out to hospitals. We're reaching out to big donors. We still think that we should be able to get some major players that will contribute millions to this. But probably in our general obligation bond, we'll also probably need to include some of that also to fund a portion of this. But the good part is we're halfway there almost, and that is a huge step forward. The other part that we still have that's a huge problem is our 250 roughly structures that are remaining. Cost of that is $19 million. We are actively going after grants, and we hit a lot of roadblocks, but we continue. We had some discussions with some of our key legislators in California, and they are willing to work with us on this. And I just had discussions with them earlier this week. And so we're going to work on putting our story together and work with our congressional leaders and see if we can get some funding also from the state or assistance from the state on the federal level. And we also have those former the development fees that we're getting from the dunes in Sea Haven. As those build up, we can also use that for blight, but we also have these other projects, roads that we need to work on. So we have a lot of different paths forward on that, but overall that still is a 19 million liability that we have that we're still chipping at as we can. And the last thing I want to talk about, and Juan will jump in a little bit on this also, is financially we are a really sound city. We don't have a huge budget, but the council has really done a great job since I've been here of setting up reserves and operating within our budgets, and just this pension stabilization fund. Our unfunded liabilities, they went up from 12 million to $20 million, and we're a little city. We don't have like we're 2% at 50. A lot of cities around have 2.7%, or no, we're 2% at 60, and a lot of cities are getting hit much harder. And so we got this huge bump from 12 to 20 million. And because we've set up this pension stabilization fund, as Juan talked about, we can get through these fluctuations, and we're going to be fine. We don't have to dip into general fund. We don't have to cut back services. We don't have to cut back staff. And so we really are in a really good, solid financial position. Our audits are always clean, as Juan talked about. When we do the bonds, they always come back and they give us the highest bond ratings that we can. They look at our finances. They say, your finances are great. You guys are in great shape. How you operate your city is great. But what we are limited on is our ongoing revenues. Property tax, and Juan showed you, it is increasing, but the biggest increase, and Juan kind of mentioned this, was our central marina. We have all these homes being built at Sea Haven and the dunes. Well, almost 100% of the property tax in the dunes, because of the redevelopment agreement with them, goes back to the dunes. And so you see all this promenade and all these structures and things being built out there. That property tax revenue, just a very small portion of that comes back to the city. The Sea Haven, we get property tax growth, but the biggest growth that we've had is from Central Marina. And that's because when Prop 13 was voted in, it only allowed your home values to increase by 2%. And so a lot of these homeowners in Marina, they're what their homes have been assessed at is far below the market. And so during COVID in the last couple of years, as the market's gone really up, a lot of these homes have been sold in Marina. And so that assessed value has gone from a low to up to where the market is. And that's why we've seen this. If you look in the charts, you saw property tax going up, and a lot of it is in Central Marina, those homes being reassessed. And so that part of the property tax is good, but our biggest growth areas in the dunes, we don't get that. Now our sales tax, and I've talked with the council about this before, our sales tax growth has been good. It's nowhere near what it should be for a city our size. We get these per capita sales tax reports, and it shows the per capita of us and Monterey and Seaside and Delray Oaks and everyone in Monterey County, and our per capita is 100% less than the average of the other cities, and it's because we don't have the big sales tax generators. Monterey with its downtown and the convention and the Del Monte Center, they get huge sales tax out of it. Seaside gets huge sales tax out of the auto dealerships. Sand City with Costco and all those get huge. And even though we have Target and Walmart and REI, we're still, our sales tax should be double just to meet the average of the peninsula cities. And so when you're looking at why are we struggling to fund these things, our sales tax, just to be average what our neighboring cities are, should be another $6 or $7 million a year. And so we struggle with the sales tax. The council is focused on really getting hotels to come in here, and you see that from the TOT, and we're going to continue to get new hotels, and with Harjan Dadwal, his 3 hotels that will be hopefully will be starting construction soon, and so that will help the TOT. The utility user tax is another sales tax source that every city in Monterey County has, and the city of Marina does it. And so when you look at why don't we have enough these ongoing revenues, it's because our sales tax should be double what it is. We don't have the utility user tax. Our big property growth in the dunes, a lot of it is going back to them. And so even though we're financially solid, we should be getting a lot more revenue than what we have. And so we just wanted to kind of point that out, that those are challenges that we have. On the sales tax, we're always trying to look to expand our sales tax base. We've talked with auto dealerships, and potentially some are interested in coming here, but those are things to close this ongoing gap, to start to doing some of those projects that the council wants and desires, is we need to increase the sales tax and the utility user tax. We've talked about it in years past, and ultimately decided not to move forward with that. I think utility user tax would generate, depends on the rate that you would charge, but anywhere from $2 to $5 million annually for a community. So I just want to point that out, that those are options that are out there that we haven't fully explored. And I think that covers it. Anything, Juan, you want to add with that? Or
I think you covered the key points in there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lane. So let's go to questions from council. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. All right.
Thank you.
Let's give Brian a quick chat from the county council. Let's go to the.
Sorry, I walked in late. I had a different function tonight. Real quick, first off, I want to thank the city for putting together the budget. It obviously puts a lot of work and a lot of time into it. And I think that the city does a great job of doing that. And Brian, everything else aside, I think what your office does is really good, and it's a very hard job to do. At the same time, I think that there are some challenges. And first off is a communications challenge on the budget. There are multiple people, myself included, who sent comments in to you and your office and to the city council back in June after the Public Works Commission meeting when the original budget was put together. I sent follow-up emails in July and got nothing, no response from anybody. And that's fine. Everybody has a right not to respond. That's how government works. But it's very frustrating that the only way that I get a chance to actually speak or hear anything and not get a call back from anybody is to actually have to come to a city council meeting to do that. That said, what I wanted to get into were 3 items on the budget. The first is Imgen and Third. That project itself, the interesting thing about that one is the drawing itself underlying it. It still shows that there is no left turn and no U-turn. If you're putting a light in, why are we still having a no left turn and no U-turn? That was specifically created to reduce the safety issues that came from making that turn with commuter traffic in the morning. The second issue I want to talk about is Los Alamos tennis courts and the repaving project. That project is going to have a very hard time creating a long-term project for $75,000. 2 years ago, my son worked with an engineer for a large construction company in Watsonville to develop a proposal with Terry Seacrest and MPUSD, and that project came in at over $150,000 because of the substructural damage on the inner tennis courts. So paving the tennis courts over on the inside ones is not going to fix the problem. It can't. How is it going to be done? How is that going to fix the underlying structural problems on those inner tennis courts? So that's just a waste of money. Number one. Number two, the frustration is that where are the pickle courts and how many are going in? Is it only 2 again? Because MPUSD actually wanted 6 because they wanted to be able to have 30 students operate in PE class. And there's nothing in the budget that talks about that. And the third, which I followed up again on in a letter today, was the intersection at Lighthouse at Rain Dollar in California. And that's a $1.2 million project, which is interesting because that's 3 years worth of the unfunded maintenance worker staff for the city. And that project is built not around FORTAG, which is in the original July proposal and the reason for doing it. It was actually in the proposal today that it was built around the mitigation issues coming out of Sea Haven. There are no traffic issues coming out of Sea Haven. At any given day on California, there are 2 to 3 cars at most backed up, and that's very few coming out of Marina Heights. They made a 2-lane road there for a specific reason because they want to travel almost all the traffic out of Marina Heights to Imgen on the north side, and then to Carmel Avenue when that opens up, not to California. They specifically designed it not to go to California. So I wanted to leave those as just, those are questions that I have on the surface. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Glenn. And we'll get to all the questions when we get to public comment. We'll go online now. And we'll go to Doug Yount. Good evening, Doug.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me? Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Yes. First, I want to compliment staff. Yes. First, I want to compliment staff for the just the excellent budget and the comprehensiveness of the budget. So thanks to the city manager and the finance director and others that spent a lot of time on this. Second, I want to thank council for recognizing some key priorities that comes through the budget, both from an operating and a capital improvement program. The 8th Street improvements, the significant amount of park improvements, the Arts District buildings rehabilitation, building removal, and California Avenue improvements, just to name a few. So I want to commend council for and the mayor for recognizing those priorities and utilizing the resources that are available. Third, I think there's some areas that might need a little tweaking or a little review. One of those is to look again, obviously, at the Dunes Park, and there's some resources put there. Maybe look at some other resources that could be directed, as well as the Imgen Parkway and Second Avenue medians, and some areas where you may find some additional resources. In my opinion, is taking some resources from maybe an area like the Gloria Jean Tate Park, the groundwater litigation, the Del Monte extension, maybe some of the emergency reserves, as well to meet these priority needs and build up that, particularly for the aquatic center and the recreation center at the dunes, but also again for the Second Avenue and Imjin Parkway medians. And I did have one question, which is what was estimated in the budget for the phase 3 land sales of the dunes. So I was curious what you had estimated in the budget for that, which will anticipated to happen next year, next calendar year. But again, thanks, I think, for a lot of hard work in this budget, a lot of effort put in there. I just want to thank the council and staff for their efforts and service to the community here. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Let's go to Grace Silva Santella. Welcome back, Grace.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I agree. Thank you very much to the staff. It's been a nice presentation to listen to, easy to understand and to follow. So just a couple of quick comments on the budget. Sorry, I did not attend the last council meeting when you had this before you. Del Monte and Reservation Road intersection, thank you very much that this is finally being put on your budget. I'd like to ask if when you do the $240,000 study design portion of that budget item, that you consider having an on-site meeting at Building Circle so that residents can stand there with the designers of the change and we can really do some one-on-one talking about how difficult that intersection is. The other day I had a driver behind me blast their horn at me as I stayed at the light in my vehicle, allowing a person to completely finish the entire intersection, crossing the intersection. Really excited to hear about Vince DiMaggio Park flooring be replaced. I think that that is such a fabulous building, but that aggregate concrete floor is terrible. And I can just see yoga, Tai Chi, dancing. I mean, there'll be just some great opportunities new flooring can allow. Windy Hill Park has so been in desperate need of some better bathrooms, and I'm glad to see that's happening. What I'd like to ask is when those permanent bathrooms go in at Windy Hill Park, will you take the porta potties that you have there now and move them over to the Los Arboles courts? Having said that, thank you very much for the repaving project at Los Arboles. I have asked for a few years now that those courts be repaved and that the lower courts be permanent pickleball, which I hope is what's going to be the case. It can be at least 4 pickleball courts, possibly 6. Del Monte Boulevard median landscape demonstration. I see a $25,000 construction item there, but I don't see any dollar amount for design work. The library irrigation, I appreciate that that's been added in there. I hope that you can get that from the Sierra Club. Lawsuit funds. There are 2 organizations looking to do some improvements to the landscape there, but we can't do anything with that irrigation system being evaluated and fixed and repaired. And finally, Beach Road roundabout, so many accidents happening at that roundabout. So I look forward to seeing some improvements there. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Grace. Let's go to Denise Turley. Hello, Denise.
Good evening again. So I would ask that you put any closures when they do the widening roundabout project on Imjin Road and Imjin Parkway, that the city contact their contracted property manager and ask them a month ahead of time to put it in the newsletter so that we know what is going on. Number 1. Number 2, is there a way to obtain the slides from the presentation tonight? Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Sharice. Welcome back, Sharice.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here. And I do apologize for the mix up earlier. I know that you were discussing something else right now, and the presentation was wonderful. Is there an opportunity to speak a bit about what it was gone earlier about, or are you pretty much clear on it? Just wondering if it would be if this would be an opportunity.
Yeah,
to do
Sharice,
so?
I think earlier you were talking about Sharice, earlier you were talking about the tobacco license, retail license. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. And I apologize. I'm relatively new to
So we
this,
passed that
just
tonight. We passed the second.
Okay.
So yeah, Sharice, now is not the time to talk about that. Tonight, we're talking about funding, but we did pass and approve, we did approve that item. So
Oh,
it can be
great.
implemented. That you
Great,
were
thank you.
talking about earlier tonight.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very
Uh,
much. Good
And
night.
thank you for having me join you. Good night.
All right, good night. Would anyone else like to speak who hasn't? Please raise your hand virtually. All right. Seeing no hands raised, we'll close public comment and address those questions, and then we'll go to council. So Glenn asked, why no left turn? Why no U-turn at the proposed Imjin Third project? Imjin Parkway and Third Avenue project.
This is just a reminder to me to not put interim concept diagrams into CIP project sheets. I'm trying to give what maybe like an interim, or at least give somebody an idea of what the project might look like. But what was in there was not what the final project will be. There have been left turn lanes identified for that project. So,
And how about U-turns?
we'll have to look at that as far as, the width on it, see if, what vehicles could be allowed for U-turns and turning movements and such, but.
Okay, so likely a no left turn and not sure about the no U-turn, not sure about the U-turn.
Yeah, we'll have the traffic engineers look at that.
All right, so stay posted on that. The Los Arboles tennis courts, maybe 75,000 is too little because of the need for 150K for the underlying structural problems.
It may be. We'll look at it. We do have on-call contracts, and we can look at our pricing on that. And also see what kind of partnership this school district would like to participate in.
Okay, and then there was a school need perhaps for up to 6 pickleball courts. How many are envisioned in this project?
We're going to get input on that along with the school district. We know this is a surfacing and restriping project. So, we're getting funding into the project so we can answer those questions. A lot of times we do need the coordination with stakeholders, or in the case of larger projects, actually get into the design.
Okay.
Mayor, I think Andrea kind of looked at that at a high level. And I think they thought that maybe 4 or 6 would be there. You might be able to answer that.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Yeah, I did look at it. 6 would be really tight on that lower court because there's kind of an intrusion where where the baseball batting cages are. So 6 would be tight on the lower. It might be doable, but we'd have to take a look at it. There is some structural damage due to tree roots going through, so we will have to take a look at that. As far as the middle school and high school using those courts, they currently do minimal PE classes out there. When I talked to the superintendent, he did not indicate that he wanted more pickleball courts. So I'll definitely reach out to him and have that conversation, but he did not mention it when I met with him at the site when I first met with him a couple months ago.
All
So
right.
I'll definitely reach out to him and we'll take a look at that.
So Andrea, if 6 is too tight, does that mean that 5 is reasonable?
We'll have to take a look at it. I think 4 would probably be best for that site, but we'll take a look at it with there are several companies now that all they do is convert tennis courts to pickleball courts because that's where the market is. So we will definitely talk to those folks.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I guess Andrea, what is the plan for the tennis courts? Is that part of this project to revamp those?
Currently, we're looking at resurfacing and restriping them. There's been some conversation about possibly overlaying pickleball. But the concern is that's closer to the neighborhood and to the housing, and there might be a noise conflict. So right now, the plan is just to resurface and restripe tennis, but we're gonna look at all of our
Okay.
options.
Because we have had some input by people who want a quality tennis court, and striping them for pickleball will reduce their quality for tennis players. If that's the only court in the city that we have, it might be nice to maintain it in a good tennis quality.
Yeah, I think we also need to look at all of the new parks coming on and do an assessment of the planned number of tennis and pickleball courts so that we can have a comprehensive view of the city and how many courts we're providing, as opposed to just looking at this one.
Right. So I can't remember another tennis court planned in another park. Is there such a court?
I believe Dune City Park.
Yeah.
I believe there's 2 tennis courts there.
Great. Okay. Well, that relieves that. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn also had a question about the necessity or need for intersection work at California, and I think it was Rain Dollar. And that that this reasoning tonight is different. Tonight, we're talking about it mitigating for Sea Haven, but in July, we were talking about some other rationale.
Well, yeah, the funding source is impact fees. It has been identified as a mitigation project, and so that's part of the justification for using the impact fees. We do know that the TAMC has funding for the Fortag Trail, and so we want to make sure we have money in there to start the design on it, so that it integrates Fortag Trail. Whether or not we go fully into construction with the signals at this point, at least we want to do whatever construction at that intersection is going to be done so that it will accommodate future traffic signals.
And Fortag.
And Fortag, yes.
Okay. All right. The next question, this is for Lane. Glenn started out expressing some frustration about sending emails and not getting responses. What's our city policy when we get an email?
Generally, I think all staff, we try to respond within 24 hours. I think part of the problem is we just get so many emails that sometimes they just slip through the cracks, and that we're truly sorry if that happens. And if someone doesn't get a response, send it back. They want to include me on it, send an email directly to me. But generally, our policy is we want to respond within 24 hours.
Yeah, and if I could add to that, I haven't received those emails over the last few months. So yeah, I don't think it's a matter of being sent. IT has improved our spam filters over the last few months or so, and so some of those emails might be getting picked up because of certain type of things in the email address or just where it's coming from. So I can honestly say I haven't seen the emails coming through from Mr. Woodson, but he's been sending them. I don't doubt that at all. So I think there's maybe some technical glitches that need to be worked out as well.
So we probably all need to get used to, when we hear complaints like this, to tell them to send it early and often if they're not getting a response.
Or, well, yeah, I don't know if it's getting filtered out to everybody on the city side or not.
But the point is, if the people inquiring don't get a response, they need to repeat the effort.
Yes.
Until they get a response, because there's a problem not getting through if you don't get a response.
Well, I would say try calling the city if the email is not getting through, because if you keep sending the email and it keeps getting caught by the filter, you wouldn't know.
Right. But after a couple of times doing that, you'd want to make a phone call. All right. Question about how much do we project phase 3 land sales to be in 2024?
In the budget, we didn't include any phase 3 land sales in those forecasts. So
by the contract, there'll be somewhere between $13 and $15 million if that phase 3 takedown does happen, and it does it's next year. But we haven't received that, and so we haven't budgeted anything for that.
Do we think it's likely that in 2024 we'll get 13 to 15 million?
At this point, there's
Doug Yount on the line. Still, I mean, I can't. It's one of those things that we probably wouldn't be best practice to actually record it as on our books as as revenue until it actually, there's so many moving parts of the Dunes Development Agreement that I think it'd probably be best to wait. And if I'm gazing into my crystal ball and kind of seeing the future, and if Doug's kind of laying out the timeline, then maybe this is probably something that's more fit for a mid-cycle adjustment, right? Because we do a mid-cycle adjustment just because it is our 2-year budget practice. So springtime of 24 comes and, you know, we get close to that finish line on executing those land sales, then I think that's a good conversation to have at that time.
In the past, have projected phases at the dunes been approximately accurate as far as timing and amount?
Yes, because those are contractual obligations.
And is this phase 3 of a similar nature?
Yes, the way the contract is, if they don't pull it down by a certain date, then the city has the ability to take over the property.
Okay. So it's such a significant amount. It seems at least worthy of note and recording in the budget, since we expect it, it's happened before as projected. To ignore it when we have such large budget needs just seems like we're not being complete.
Yeah. I think what Juan is saying, for recording it, it's probably good, just for the council to know. I think it's good to have this discussion to know that we certainly looks like that there will be another 13 million that will be available, and whether we just mention that in the budget message or whatever. But yeah, we can certainly acknowledge that.
Because there were several other potential incoming revenues that were mentioned tonight. Hotels, property tax, sales tax, things that we were crystal balling in a ballpark way, but there was no mention of 13 million to 15 million, which is probably bigger than anything that was mentioned in a projected way. So I think that would be good to at least keep that in mind. All right. Grace asked if the new restrooms to be constructed at Wilney Hill Park would allow the existing portable restrooms to be moved somewhere else, specifically to the Los Arboles Sports Complex pickleball courts.
We can have that discussion with Andrea and
Is it a simple thing? You put it on a vehicle and move it, or is it there are contracts involved and it's more complicated than that? CEQA, that kind of thing.
No, I think it's easy moving over there. I think the question is, do we need it? They have there's restrooms up there.
They're almost always locked, but that
Yeah.
might be easier to unlock and lock those like we do
Right.
at Lock Padden than it would be to
Exactly.
go to a porta potty when you got flush toilets already sitting there locked up.
Yeah,
Okay, so that might be a coordination with the district and city staff.
exactly. Yeah.
All right, but then it might go somewhere else that we don't have a restroom. Can't think of where that is right now, but I wouldn't be surprised. All right, Grace noted that she did not see any design numbers, only construction dollars for the Del Monte Boulevard median pilot project.
So the pilot project was funded early on. Subsequent budget, council allocated $3 million towards downtown vitalizations, with $1 million of that earmarked for medians on Del Monte Boulevard. With this budget proposed, there's an additional $1 million going into the downtown vitalization projects. So there's funding to move some of this forward.
So if you go to the CIP write-up of that Del Monte median pilot project, it doesn't include any numbers except the old number of 25,000 in the
Yeah.
construction phase. So why doesn't it include some of that Del Monte median revitalization dollars?
Because it's listed as a separate project. We'll deliver it as one project.
So there's 2 projects listed in the CIP pages for the same project.
Well, the pilot project was to explore that, but I think we've got enough funding to move beyond that at this point.
So why wasn't it deleted and then the 25,000 added to the newer vision?
I don't recall exactly if we kept that sheet in here for it was combined, but
I saw the sheet tonight for 25,000.
okay. So regardless, we can charge it the expenses to either project and utilize the funds.
Okay, so it's just a remnant of the past that wasn't
Yeah.
updated.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Denise asked if the Preston Park and Abrams tenants could get newsletters or could get included in their newsletter IMGN project updates so they knew the status. Is that a possibility?
Yes.
Okay, and then Denise also asked if tonight's slide presentation would be available easily for public access.
Yes, we'll do that and we'll have it on the website too.
Okay, that's all I had. Did anyone else note any questions from the public that weren't addressed? Okay, all right, so now let's go back to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I enjoyed the presentation as well. This is really difficult work. And I know, Juan, I think there's a collective sense of, I don't know if anxiety or sadness in this room, knowing that you're leaving. And I think, Laura, you have a lot of work ahead of you, but I hope you understand the council and is here to help you also in any way and be supportive in the work that you're about to undertake. I do have a question about the Sierra Club Fund, as it was mentioned by both a speaker and in the presentation. Is that our money? Is that included in our budget as revenue?
No, we don't.
Okay,
It is collected from three hotels. I think you're probably aware of that. It kind of goes back to probably 80s and 90s. And we set it aside at when they're distributed for very specific purpose. So we collected and kind of put it away and improved over time. And I think it's supposed to be like for the beginnings. I'm $350 to $330 without the fall. And yeah, we just set it aside. And to my knowledge, there haven't been many projects that have been funded for that. I think the last one 10 years ago.
okay,
So it is, we hold it in the fund.
okay. So it's, I mean, my limited understanding is it's money to the parties of the settlement agreement, right? So I think it's Sierra Club, there's some other stakeholders there too. And so I guess question for Lane, is there a process when we do pull from those funds that we would go by to?
Great question. We're having those discussions with the Sierra Club right now. Just try to clarify and understand what that process should be.
Okay. Downtown vitalization, I guess I was under the impression that we had already sent out an RFP for that EIR work and that it was underway, but is that the case or not the case?
Yes.
It is the case.
Yeah, we expect, we're talking December this year. When do we think the plan will be done?
If we release the NOP this month, it'll get approved by council by March. But the downtown work that Bianca is doing and all of that's gonna help push that forward. We're gonna be doing that in the next 30, 45 days.
Okay, so the EIR is already being worked, is that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Two more comments before I hear from my colleagues here, but one is just as I reflect on the comments about adding additional staff and the unfunded pension liabilities, you know, it occurs to me that what a significant undertaking it is when we hire someone and we kind of make a promise that we are going to pay you something until you die, essentially, right? If you work a certain number of hours. And even then, maybe, I don't know how CalPERS works, but I assume there's some spousal benefit. I mean, it's a huge liability and a huge, I think every time we consider adding additional staff, we just really need to be cognizant of that. And I'm not sure that we always look at it in those terms because we don't, you know, we don't look at the 45, 50-year lifespan of an employee that we might hire. So, and the last comment I wanted to make was, I know we have an agenda item later to talk about Project Roomkey, which we may not get to, but as part of that, I spoke to a neighboring mayor and during that conversation, they said, how much money do you have in your annual budget to put towards homelessness? And I said, probably not enough, but I don't know. And looking through this budget, I don't see any direct line items that deal with homelessness. Is that accurate or?
Correct. Well, it was one caveat. We did include there a $5,000 donation to Casa de Noche Buena and another $5,000 to the new shelter that I think is either being built or will be built. I can't recall the name offhand. I can dig through the document, but we included a contribution. And I believe they had asked for that during the mid-cycle adjustment last year, and we included that that's a request of council. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So what I would say to my colleagues is that in an environment where the governor and just about everybody says the two most serious issues that face California cities are housing and homelessness, I think we really need to consider, making a $10,000 donation towards homelessness. Is that enough? And I would say a resounding no. We have a responsibility and an obligation to put more money, I guess where our mouth is. And so I don't know how we get there, but I hope that tonight we can make steps towards making larger contributions towards solving that problem. That's it for me for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also would like to thank staff for this very good presentation, and also thank you for answering my long list of questions that are submitted. Just in general, I've only been on council now for how long? Half a year, a little bit longer. And it's so hard. People might not understand that we as council members, we receive the packet Friday, 6 p.m. Then we have the weekends to read reports that are, often so elaborate. And and we do have a life, personal life. So it's so hard to get our questions in, because the whole goal of sending the questions beforehand is to get answers and share, hopefully with the other council members, to make the meetings more efficient. So my question is probably for our city manager. Could that deadline be changed when we get our packets to Thursday night, or ideally Wednesday?
I see Shep is cringing right now. If you want Shep to stay around for another year, she plans to, I don't know. No, sorry, Lane, I interrupted.
I'd love to have that discussion offline. We've talked about that with our lean staffing, it has a huge impact on our ability.
They would still do the same amount of work, but the deadline is a different day.
Correct, but when the deadline is earlier, we function. Everything functions from council meeting to council meeting, and when you close that window, it really impacts staff. It's kind of like when we every now and then, a couple times a year, when you have that third that week where you have 2 breaks, you have 2 weeks in a council meeting. It's huge on staff. And so we've talked about that. It really is difficult, but I'd be happy to have that discussion with you offline and talk about that a little bit more.
Or even, I don't know what if there are regulations, law that could we get just one part of the packet already, like the reports, like this report for the budget.
We can on big things like the budget. It was like we were up all weekend, all nights trying to get this together. But ideally, I agree, if we could get those to you in advance, and we could try to.
Yeah, thank you. Because the whole goal is, like I said, is to get answers to the questions that we have and that the public might have. And alternative will be to move the meeting to Wednesdays or so, but that probably has other issues. But thank you for that. We'll talk offline then. And also just to explain that the public might not be aware, that city council members get $200 per month, not like in the salary schedule was suggested, $92.31 per hour, or the mayor $115 and something per hour. So I don't know where that came from, but it might be good to explain to
For the final publication, we'll notate that so that they don't think you're rolling in the dough as a council member, right?
Yes, and it's not, none of us chose this.
I totally understand.
To earn
Yeah.
money,
But I do want to comment on your question there, and I've had that discussion with a couple council members. We have doubled the pay part of what council gets, and the legislature passed a bill this year just because council members and mayors' salaries have had these artificial caps forever, and I don't think our council member or mayors, it's not even a salary, it's just a stipend, has not been increased for probably 15, 20 years or more. And the state changed it and up those caps. And so I doubled the amount in there, and we are working on, Belinda's working on a staff report right now. And in the very near future, we're going to bring back a proposal to the council to look at. We're surveying other cities and we're going to come back with a proposal to make some recommendations with that. And but we did at least put that in the budget, so it would be there.
Yes, thank you, because I did look, for some reason, I thought it was set in 1993 or so. I must have read that somewhere. And I looked it up, $200 from 1993 would be more than $400 today. But it's also important for, if we want to have a diverse city council, it's, all of us can afford to be volunteers, but if we want other people to also run for office, it's important to have a better compensation. So thank you. So I have more questions, but I better wait till later because I can look through my questions which have not been answered. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to start with the last topic that Councilwoman Bisha just spoke to. And so I'm really glad that we at least doubled our $200. So that's a really good thing. I think that in general, and I'm glad you brought it up, because I think in general, people feel that we're somehow salaried, and especially when it looks like you're counting us as a one FTE. I mean, how does that even work? That we're counted somehow as an FTE on this chart on the second. That is clear. I mean, it is. I mean, I feel like I am working a full-time job, but it's completely a volunteer. And as General City Manager says, it's basically a stipend. And I think that just the public understanding that gives us a little bit more credibility. I think sometimes people are overly critical in terms of what they expect of us. And it is, for all of us, I can safely say it's a big sacrifice on our personal life. I also want to say that we absolutely get no benefits. It's a stipend and no benefits, but also on that, so that A19, it says services and supplies. Short of a recent allocation for us to have a laptop, which I don't find particularly helpful myself, but we don't have any allocation for supplies. And so I want to say that not only is it a volunteer position, but I spend a lot of money on printing and paper and notepads and folders and envelopes. And it's all very rarely that I ask the city for any supplies. So I think that, again, just out of respect for the kind of time and commitment that each of us does, if there is an allocation on here, I hope that we could clarify what is acceptable to have as council people in this budget. Because I myself, I don't have anyone pay for me when I meet with all kinds of people, developers included. I never ask them to pay. I always pay for myself. So that is just another expense. And I know I feel like I'm belly aching up here, but because this is on the budget, I think I want to be able to say it to the public. So I want to talk about this unfunded staffing. It really scares me that we would see this, the fire department, the public works, 3 maintenance workers, administration for the affordable housing, when we've got so much coming on board, that we would say that we don't have funds for this extra staffing. And that really concerns me. And I'm thinking about some of the other sources that we could pull from. And one of them, I want to say, would cover it. We're now budgeting $2 million for the groundwater litigation. Now, if I know that in the past, we've also had that same amount. And I'm wondering if we could take $1 million safely without endangering anything for ourselves, take $1 million from that fund, because in the past, when we've spent this, because I've lived that whole saga, we had hearings We had in-person attorneys being there for hours. We had all kinds of not advertising, I don't know how, educational pieces that we developed. We had consultants for marketing, and there was a huge amount of funds because the last couple years we had to prepare for actual hearings before the Coastal Commission. So I'm thinking that I could safely say, take $1 million from that fund and put it and use that for unfunded staffing, which it's less than $1 million, but it would make me feel like we're not going to forego this kind of staffing. This is like critical to me. I can't imagine why we've talked about so often about the maintenance being neglected in the city, and then we're not going to hire 3 maintenance workers, or with all the affordable housing units coming up really soon this year, that we're not going to have this kind of FTE. So I'm wondering if maybe it's a question for the city manager as well as Juan. Are we risking that much if we take that money and put it to this unfunded staffing?
If we did that, what we want to be sure is that we have enough funds available to, with our litigation and all the consultants that are involved with that. And so right now our unallocated fund balance is down to about $3 million. And so if I understand what you're saying is, the 2.5 million that we're spending for the water litigation, just free up $1 million of that, put that into ongoing. But then I think we would really need to set aside a couple million and maybe most of the remaining of our unallocated fund balance and put that into our water fund reserve account. So it would be sure, because we're drawing our unallocated fund balance all the way down.
Right. And that's what I was trying to find, a place where I wouldn't have to worry about from what fund we're drawing from. But it just seems that our expenditures for this cycle of the groundwater litigation should be not as much as all these past 2 years of hearings.
They are, you're in the middle of litigation. We approved this past month $500,000 just this month.
Okay. Okay. So let me ask you then, if the council said we have to find the funding for this staffing, what is your best recommendation to us to have our cake and eat it too? Because I don't have a sense of that.
We'll take Juan first and see what he is comfortable with.
Right. We figured out a pretty substantial budget at this point, right? What's to get us to the finish line for these last, what we consider key components of operations. We could explore, I mean, the projections we have right now, right, are our best guess at this point in time. Elaine and I, or my successor, will meet with and analyze revenues as they come in over the next quarter, right? We could take a wait and see approach and say, okay, what is property tax actually going to look like? Because we'll get those reports in the next 2-3 months. Same for sales tax. We'll get updated. We get updated every quarter, right? So they give us a better outlook. That outlook will change slightly. Could be good, could be bad. So you can potentially find a couple $100,000 between, what you find in the next quarter to be able to fund, let's say, a portion of those maintenance workers. So, I think really sharpening our pencils and looking at something around the holidays when we get these better projections, and that'll give us a better outview for the rest of the year. Like Lane says, we budgeted pretty conservatively, I think, or relatively conservatively. So we could take the wait and see approach, right? If we really want to see, does the ongoing revenue, does that actually cover what the ongoing cost is of those staff? Another piece that Lane and I have talked about, and we talk about frequently, just because it's affected us so drastically in the last 2 years, is that if we allocate a position today, how long does it take to get that person hired, recruit, right? That
Exactly.
process. And I think I don't know, I can't speak for Brian, but we currently do not have a superintendent. Yeah, and it's like, do we want to prioritize that superintendent before we start bringing in staff underneath him, right? Like that's a logistical issue that we've been working through for quite some time. And having worked with the superintendent and not having them there just on the finance side, very important, right? So, you know, we could take that wait and see approach around the holidays and look at a budget revision. And maybe by then we get a superintendent on board and we say, all right, great. We have the support in place to actually be able to hire that. Maybe our revenues taper up a little bit and there we can find the money. Because, you know, I think maybe setting aside the second year of our budget also looks a little bit better. So, you know, yeah.
But with that said, I think if the council is interested in, so we have 2.5 million of ongoing revenue for the water litigation. If council wanted to shift $1 million from that to where we're just funding 1.5 million from ongoing revenues, and then we have the reserve for the water litigation, and maybe the remaining of our fund unallocated fund balance, shift that 3 million to that account, which would essentially be 3 years of funding this position. We should have all litigation, all consultants, everything wrapped up, but we were saying that a couple of years ago. But I think that could be one approach if you want to shift $1 million over to fund these positions and then set aside the remaining unallocated fund balance and dedicate it towards CalAm litigation, so that we aren't stuck in the position of, if the litigation continues, that we find us having to lay off employees because we don't have other funds.
Yeah, Lane, I'm thinking of a scenario too, where we kind of time it out maybe a little bit differently, right? So the first year of our budget, we factor in 2.5 million from ongoing revenue, ongoing expenditure, ongoing revenues, I should say, for groundwater litigation. And then the second year is actually we're factoring in 2 million, right? So that amount goes down. Well, at the same time, we're socking away $2 million that we expect to draw from the second year. Maybe in this first year, we put in, I don't know, 300, we say 300,000 of those funds are, that we reduce the 2.5 million down by, I don't know, 300,000 to 400,000, right? Buy us some room there. And then as we do get into the second year, we have a little bit of cushion there. Maybe we put in an additional 200,000 in the second year to offset those costs, because the second year looks a little better. And then at the same time, we keep it in the very front of our minds that if we do realize this phase 3 land sales, hey, that's the stabilizing force right there. That could stabilize the groundwater expenses if they do go beyond the second year. So you can make it work, I think. I don't think it's unreasonable, or it's, you know, kind of stepping out of, you know, my comfort zone too much in that way. So
Sounds promising.
you change the timing. Yeah.
So what is the exact time contractually with the dunes that next year we might take down 13 million for property?
I think Lane probably has a better idea on that.
I think it's spring of next year. I think it's like May.
May. Okay, and that's contractual. They have to be able to.
Actually, I'm sorry. May is when we had the obligation to get rid of our blight. There's a little bit, I'd have to double check
Doug
that.
is on. Doug is on in the audience. Is it possible to just ask him?
Sure.
He raised his hand. Great.
Doug, do you want to give
Great
us
man.
the takedown date that your projection or you're contractually agreed to?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd have to check our scheduled performance again, but it is, I believe it's next year or early the year of 2025. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Sorry.
2025.
All right. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, yes, please go ahead.
I just wanted to say that we are planning at this point to actually look at taking down the property before the end of this calendar year, if possible. That's our current schedule that we have internally. But we obviously need to set and go through that and go through that with Lane as well.
Could I just clarify that then? So you're saying you intend to, you wish to, you want to by the end of 2023, but contractually, your obligation is for 2025.
Yeah, I believe it's late
Is that
24,
correct,
early
Doug?
20. Yeah, I believe it's late 24, or early 25.
Okay.
But I will get the exact date and let Lane know from our scheduled performance.
Okay, well, if it was possible to do this in 2023, that's a huge difference. That would solve a lot of our anguish about the current budget. I mean, that the end of this year, and so I'm not sure what goes into that formula, but that would be an amazing boost to our revenues.
Right. I mean, it impacts us in certain ways. It's not an ongoing revenue source, right? So we kind of factor in as one time. That's kind
Right.
of how
Understood.
that's how we've operated the budget. But right, it could go towards stabilizing those groundwater expenses, which in effect will have the same, it will have the same effect on us in reducing those ongoing expenditures. Yeah, those are good conversations. And I think it's also important to remember, right, that even though we publish the budget document every 2 years, it's a living, breathing document, right? There are 2 budget amendments that went forward today that I hadn't factored into the budget just because of timing issues. So I'm going to factor in Doug's Safer grant for his reserves, Steve's ABC grant. So, you know, it's an ever evolving, budget, and it's a living, breathing document in essence. So.
Yes. And so I'm finished, but I just wanted to say your budget presentation, really, you just shine in terms of your role, and just demonstrates to us our loss. So thank you very much for being with us for 2 years, and we wish you the best, but we also are very appreciative of all you've done for us. So thank you very much.
That we go to the end of this item. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second, but I guess I would ask the council, are we confident that we're gonna finish this today before midnight? I mean, based on the way we're okay.
If it gets too late and we're not done, we can make another motion to adjourn. But this way, we don't have to do it every time.
If it looks like we're not gonna finish, I'd be in favor of cutting our losses now and coming back when we're more bright-eyed. But if we think we can get it done, I'm in favor of that as well.
Let's at least have all the council members speak. But anyway, that's the motion, and we can make a motion anytime to adjourn if we're getting sleepy.
Mr. Mayor, the next one with the bond measure is so important because I feel like we have a time element here, and another 2 weeks from now, I don't even know what's on the agenda and whether we're going to even be able to address it then. But I'm really acutely aware that we have a limited amount of time to make some decisions about the bond measure because of the constriction of our participation in that. So I'm not advocating that we stay till 1 a.m., but you know, I'd rather go home too, but I'm just worried.
Through the mayor, I absolutely support what you're saying, Councilmember Biala. I think I'm very confident that this matter will be wrapped up sooner than later because you've done such a good job. I don't have a lot of questions, and we've been over the budget. This is probably our 4th touch at it. So I'm confident. I would like to just see maybe perhaps a motion to extend to maybe at least 11. I'm confident that we will move along. I don't have a ton of questions.
Right. So you're saying that we would also cover the last agenda item in that.
Let's have
No.
legal, Ms. Quinn chime in.
Through the mayor, I was just going to clarify under the new rules, the motion to continue is to the end of an item rather than a time. Right, so you can make a motion to continue to the end of this item or to the next item. It's up to you, but we don't, just with the most recent amendment is to the end of an item rather than a specific time.
So discussing this I'm game to meet next Tuesday, whether it be to finish this or to just take on the bond issue and maybe the homeless issue, so that we don't have to wait 2 weeks.
The homeless one, I would imagine, would be short.
Yeah, homelessness is a pretty simple matter, huh?
It's just an advisory.
Yeah, I can see it taking a half hour easy, but
We have our consultant for the bond measure. They couldn't make it tonight, but they are scheduled and they'll be here on our 19th council meeting. So
do we know if they could be here next Tuesday?
I don't know.
So we were gonna do it tonight without them, is that correct?
Yeah, at least we wanted to get the council's feedback on.
So if we could do it tonight without them, we could do it next Tuesday without them.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted at least very briefly for us to discuss what was already presented here, because I think that if we make some comments about what is on the staff report, it will give the consultants in between time to kind of get a little bit more in sync with maybe some of our wishes,
On
which
the
I'm,
on the bond or?
yes, on the bond.
So how about we meet next Tuesday to talk about the bond and we finish tonight what we've started?
I see. Okay. So we'd have a special meeting.
We have a problem next Tuesday. We have our habitat. What ends at 6:30?
Is that?
Yeah, so we had our habitat open house, but that ends at 6:30. So
And Juan's not going to be here.
So with Juan here, it's helpful to finish the budget tonight if we can. We can meet next Tuesday for the bond after the Habitat Management Plan meeting, 7 o'clock, 6:30, whatever, 6:45.
Okay.
All right. All right, so I'll just restate the motion that we go tonight till the end of this item and that we meet next Tuesday to finish the agenda. Is there a second or did the second? hold?
Second.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. So that motion passes. So we were about to go to, I believe, to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen. Okay.
There we go. I also echo all of the accolades to the staff and this council for meeting and hashing this out so eloquently and with a lot of community input. I just have a few questions. One is about the sales tax projections. They also include what's to come on the promenade development.
I can't really speak to any specific business that might be coming on, but I don't think, I mean, we meet with them every quarter. And so as things come, like, actually, do they, I can't recall their general practice of a new business coming online. I think they generally don't count that until they've had a little bit of time under their belt, a few quarters in progress and activity.
yeah, that's correct. So I don't think anything with the promenade.
So we already see some construction of a brew pub and not jinxing anything, but perhaps a specialty grocer coming down the line at some point. Possibly. I just feeling pretty confident with what you are proposing for some of these positions. And I echo everything my council members have said, specifically when I looked at the budget and we're looking at $5,000 allocated for maintenance for a new park with bathrooms. I was told the whole reason we couldn't have bathrooms and the reason I ran for office is we couldn't have bathrooms at Windy Hill Park is because it would cost a person to clean it and every other reason that came down to dollars. So I would support some creative moving money around to get the maintenance workers in. The other question I have, and perhaps this is for city manager, in many departments, if like we have with the police department right now, we don't have a director, we don't have a police chief, we have an acting interim. Why is it that we don't have one for such a key position of our maintenance superintendent. Could there possibly be a person acting in this role so that we know how long lead time is to hire people? So if we're on our third round of perhaps seeking a candidate, is there anyone that we could perhaps put in an acting role?
Yes, I think that they've looked at that before, but yes, we can definitely look at that. I think there are RGS and there are firms that might be able to do that.
I would be in favor for that because this council has made it a priority to improve our maintenance of our city. Aesthetically, also just the very bones. So I'd like to see if that could possibly be moved along. The other question I have having to do with the position with the cost of a grants lease manager. Is it too presumptuous to think we pay Greystar about $100,000 a year to run our housing? Is the thought that when we do fund such a position as a affordable housing grants lease manager, it would also be in charge of the Greystar? Because that would be a cost savings of at least 100,000 when we're looking at least 100 and almost 200 to cost to do a similar person in that position.
So you mean that position would replace Greystar?
Yes.
Yeah, that wouldn't be able to do that.
How about adding it to Greystar's contract?
Yes, we could, yes, we could do that. Let's look at that.
That's great. I wanted to make a comments are later, right?
No, this is your time.
When our public, you did an excellent presentation, but when I was looking at the numbers, for example, a floor that cost, how much was the floor over at DiMaggio?
150K-ish.
Yeah, and someone at home is watching this and saying $150,000 for a floor. Seriously, like me and my buddies can do it for, $2,000 if that. Can you at least give an explanation of why the cost is so much? I know the answer, but I'm just wondering if you could give a very, that and the fact that inflation, these numbers are so big.
So the flooring that is in there, it's the exposed aggregate flooring on there, which is raised, and then the thresholds are set for the doorways going in there. So it probably will not be a matter of just doing an overlayment on top of that flooring because of the rough surface it is. So we wanted to make sure we had enough money in there in the event that we had to do something to lower the surface of the flooring to get a new flooring in on top of it. So it's not the same as just changing out a carpet or linoleum in a house.
But are there other reasons why our costs are so expensive? Does it have to do
I
with
mean,
prevailing wage?
other than we have to pay prevailing wage, yeah, and the public contract laws that we have to adhere to because we're dealing with public funds. It's not the same as a homeowner pricing out contractor work on their home.
Okay, thank you for making that clear for the record. Last question is this. This last Sunday, there was a fire off Liberty Court, which was mentioned earlier. And we've heard time and time again from some residents there of just concerns. Manny Pinero has called me many times concerned about the blight behind there. When we talk about blight removal in this budget, does any of it include that? And can it include that? What can we do to sort of mitigate the I shouldn't even say mitigate. Mitigate is a nice word. What can we do to solve the problem of housing, abandoned barracks, abandoned housing going up behind people's houses and the toxic potential, I should just say, just the things that come along with that. Thank you. I don't know who that question is for.
So can we talk about the budgeted amounts for the Cypress Knolls building demolition? I think it's in here for like 1.7 million or something.
The 1.7 million is going to do the obligations we have down off of Second Avenue, that South Park, and the 6 homes on Cedak Hill. We don't have anything right now for Cypress Knolls. So those funds we need to build up more funds in the CFD account, and the council needs to make some decisions on the allocations. What we're trying to do is get some grant funds to take that, but right now in the budget, we have nothing to removal of cypress knolls blight.
Perhaps we can come back mid-budget or in December or something, because I really feel like this is something that we should be, I know we have a ton of priorities in our community, but I feel that we owe it to our city, to our residents, to really take their concerns to heart.
So you bring up a good point, and I've already asked our staff, I've asked our police chief to come back with me with some ideas and suggestions that we can really get a handle on the homeless issues and those problems out there at Cypress Knoll. So we're working on that. We can come back to the council, I think in your time frame later on this year.
Thank you. And thank you all for the one really engaging. If you can make a budget seem interesting, you actually did. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna have some questions here. We have so many projects. It's hard to believe we'll get all these done in 2 years. It would be amazing if we could. And so my question is, beyond the figures for the cost of these projects, do we have or can we get a plan where, in addition to the numbers for each one of these CIP projects and other projects, that we have a plan that identifies who's going to work on them, what their timeline is? Because it seems hard to believe that all of these could happen concurrently, especially without a superintendent. But assuming that we're going to have a superintendent, can we get a plan that shows an orderly implementation and a timing of how these are all going to happen in 2 years?
The answer is yes. The one manager in Public Works is currently working on getting this budget passed, and once the budget is passed, that would be the next step, is identifying the resources and allocating the projects to those resources. It's going to mean filling the positions. It's going to mean having meetings with our consultants that are supporting us on these projects to see what they have for capacity. You know, they're in the same boat as the city, trying to hire engineering staff. The labor market is it's really difficult right now to fill those technical positions. So we're continuing to move forward with recruitments for those positions. But it's going to take all of that to make this work. Okay. It seems like a pattern where we do these 1-year budgets recently, that we've gone to a 2-year budgets, and they're ambitious. And I've never seen a plan that says, here, we've passed the budget. Here's the plan of the order we're going to implement these projects. And if we don't make it through them all, we can see at the bottom of the list those projects that aren't going to get done, because we've ranked the ones that we've ranked them in the order of implementation as resources and time is available. But if there are snags that come up, it's going to slow us down on the higher priority projects. We're not going to get down this list. But I've not seen any kind of a plan of implementation. Maybe there's interior staff plans, but the council's never seen a post-budget approval plan that tells us how many work months, which staff people or which departments are going to be involved in which projects, what order the staff thinks they should be done in, since we can't get them all done at once and may not get them all done in a 2-year period. So you're saying that this cycle, your plan is to produce that kind of a document? We will work towards that. I would say there will be contingent on a number of factors. But I think in response to what you've laid out there, you know, I think council should understand that it's not a one stream. Priority order projects are only worked on in that order. We have multiple projects being worked on by multiple managers and people moving forward at the same time. So, you know, we make progress as fast as we can, where we can. But, you know, the plan would be to, you know, assign those priorities so those projects are towards the front and moving forward.
So a couple of examples are, we directed staff 3 or 4 years ago by October of 2021 to get all the streetlights fixed. So that should have gone to the top of the list. They're still not all fixed. I'm thinking of the ones on Patton Parkway. Now, other things come into play. And I think for the lack of a plan that puts those at the top when the council gives a direction, they may not ever get done because of the real life scenario where there's so much going on and so much unexpected obstacles arrive that we're not able to get as many projects done as staff would like to get done. But the council never knows what's getting done and what's not getting done because it's hung up. But all we know is that, gosh, we wanted those streetlights. We wanted that Del Monte median pilot project done, and it hasn't been done. And we prioritized it in these meetings, but it's still not done for good reasons, but we're not told what those reasons are. And without having a document that shows us there's a plan to get it done and what order it's going to get done in compared to other projects, we're kind of left in the dark. And we have these budget cycles where we kind of repeat this. Like now we're really hopeful for the Del Monte median because we got $1 million, but we haven't seen a plan of really, is that going to get done? And when is that going to get done? And if that gets done, what gets done after it? So I'm really glad that there might be a document this time around that we can look at.
I think you really bring up an excellent point, Mayor, and especially with the capital projects this extensive. And I can tell you right now, there's no way we're going to complete all these projects in 2 years. But I think you bring up an excellent point that on the staff end, let us go through, and because some things we know we have mandated deadlines and some things going up, like we'll have the stormwater at Marina Drive that we want to get done by this year. So let us go through and take our first cut at it, and then come back to you with our timeline priorities, and then have council reprioritize it. And I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think we would all support Marina Drive being shown in a document to get done before the rainy season, and not something else that's not really like library or, landscaping. The other big topic that's come up tonight is how to pay for the unfunded staff. And we've heard some ideas from Juan and city manager. And one of those ideas was using some of the $3 million of unallocated fund balance. Another idea that we've heard tonight is assuming that the 13 to 15 million in the land sales, which our staff has confirmed tonight, take down in May of 2023, or sorry, May of 2024.
Yeah, April 24.
So April 2024 is the contractually schedule of performance to take down, take down means, tell us what takedown means.
Means purchase the property from
Purchase
us.
the property. So for us to sell the property, they have to buy it from us by May of 2024. And that's when the 13 to 15 million dollars comes to us. So if it doesn't come in May, then there's going to be a problem because they're out of performance. And so it'll probably come soon after May, but it's definitely going to come within 2 years. I mean, unless there's a worldwide crisis. If there's a worldwide crisis, we're not going to get all these projects done. So there's that opportunity just to assume that 13 to 15 million is to come. And if it doesn't, we'll know that soon enough, because not all these projects are going to be done by May of 2024 that we're allocating all this money toward. The other thing is that Juan has repeated that, this is a very conservative estimate. We're expecting a recession. We were expecting a recession last year when we had a budget cycle. And so we might not have a recession. So we're using conservative figures. So I think we can relax a little bit knowing that these are conservative. Another option is that there's no magic behind a 20% emergency reserve. For most of our city's history, we only had a 15% emergency reserve. And that's quite common. That's the most common level of reserve in California cities is 15%, not 20%. We went up to 20% because we wanted to be extra responsible, but there's no magic in the 20%. The 20% reserve for emergencies is 6.9 million that we're holding back onto. if you were to go to the most common reserve used, 15 million, I'm sorry, 15%, that would give us $4 million of the 16.9 to come down to 15%. We've never utilized our emergency reserve in the 48 years of our city's history. It's for things like tsunamis, earthquakes, etc. If we had a tsunami or an earthquake, we wouldn't do all these 30 or 40 projects that are going to take, like Lane said, there's no chance they're all going to get done this year. So how much funding are we attaching to projects that aren't going to get done in the 2-year period? And how much of that funding wouldn't be needed if we needed to dip into our reserve because of a calamity like an earthquake or something like that? So there's another pot of money that we could make a council decision to go to 15% if we're running out of money to pay our litigation for our groundwater protection. So that we could hire right away the fire staff and the public works staff and the other staff that we say that we better not hire because we're not sure about our money, but we have a lot of sources of money that we've not used for many years. And then we could just not do some projects. If we hire all these people that we want to hire and we start to run out of money, then we just drop off some of these 30 projects that we just say, well, we won't do. There's several of these projects we don't have to do. If we think that maintenance is more important of our current assets, so we want to hire people to maintain public safety or increase public safety and maintain the quality of our parks better, that we might say collectively is a higher priority than doing some of these new projects that would compete for that same money. On the homelessness, I think the big picture, to Councilman McCarthy's points, is that since before 2000, the city has been putting millions of dollars into getting homeless into transitional programs, giving land to transitional programs, giving grants from the California Department of Community Development, block grants. Instead of doing other things with those grants, we've given them to these homeless services organizations so they can have transitional programs. And then we bought Preston Park for $35 million. And if you add that 35 million to the 25 million we put into all these transition programs, Wendy Askew, our current supervisor, would tell you that we have done more for homelessness than the rest of the county combined. Now, recently, Salinas and other cities are starting to invest money in Home Key and other shelters and things like that. And that's really good, but they're nowhere nearly invested in the homeless issue as we have been. And so, although it doesn't show us spending money every year on homeless issues, the fact that we're tens of millions of dollars invested in getting people off the streets and into wraparound serviced programs where they get their hygiene, their legal, their job skills, their medications, their therapy, they get all that wraparound services in these programs that cost us millions. So I think that's the deeper way to go about solving homelessness, is to get them out of the street and not giving them services that are temporary emergency. Not that we can't do more of the emergency, but that's kind of why homelessness didn't rank very high in our council priorities. It was very low. Nobody here was advocating that we spend a lot of money on homelessness above what we're already doing. And nobody in the public was clamoring for us to do more for the homelessness and issue that we have in Marina. There's about 356 homeless people in Marina, according to the regional housing what do we call it? RENA? The regional housing numbers assessment. Anyway, 356 homeless people are census to be in Marina, 77 of whom are on the streets. That means most of our homeless are in these programs. And of the 77 that are in the streets, 30% don't want help, refuse help. So we're really talking about how can we help, 50 people that are outside right now. And that's our next step, is trying to get to those 50, but we should be thankful that out of the 356, there's only 50 that want help that are actually out on the street. The majority of them are somewhere safe and being taken care of. So I think what we need on the homelessness is sort of a white paper, so we don't go over this topic over and over again. And we'll fight with Salinas and Seaside about who's doing enough right now. But without this information in a document that we can share and know ourselves, we're going to constantly go this hamster wheel of chasing after, are we doing enough and why aren't we doing more? Because we don't understand collectively what we have done and what we are doing. But if we had a white paper once and for all that documented all that we are doing, And I was talking to Wendy Askew today, and she said up until recently, we had more previously homeless people housed in Marina than the rest of the county with all of our transitional homes. But we don't really know that. Sometimes Lane can rattle off, verbally all of the projects we have going on with the homeless transition programs, but it's not really written down in a comprehensive way that all of us could know it at a glance and share it when we go to meetings. But I hope that our city manager or somebody else representing the city goes to more of these community homeless service provider meetings because they are going on and the chance for communication is out there. We're just not availing ourselves of the opportunity to be in these conversations with all the other jurisdictions where it matters at the coalition of homeless service providers. And so now we're kind of going back and forth in the media about who's not doing enough. And it's not a good time for us to be sort of fighting in the media with other cities about who's not doing enough when we haven't been involved in the discussions about what's everyone doing collaboratively to address the homelessness. Marina hasn't been a big part of that, or at least we, the council, don't know what's being said between our representatives for our city and the other representatives of the other cities. So we're kind of left in the dark there, and we need to get more informed, I think. But having a white paper on our homeless approach, I think would document a lot of what's going on. So we had a 5-minute rule, and I've taken a lot more than 5 minutes. So let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So your language about a white paper for homelessness really speaks to my heart. I mean, it's something that I know I've advocated for when I was campaigning, and that is to create a homeless action plan. So I would like to see any budget that we pass tonight dedicate some money towards that cause. And whether that comes from a reduction in that 20% emergency fund or whether it comes from other source, I mean, I would highly advocate for that. And I would hope that my colleagues on the council would see the value in creating that document that doesn't solve homelessness, but speaks to what we have done, what resources are available, what our anticipated responses are when we encounter issues related to homelessness. Just last week, there's 2 transients in the park with machetes, and we might treat that situation one way one day and another the next. And I think that we need to have a comprehensive, collaborative approach to these issues. And I don't know that we really have that very strongly right now. The only other comment I have is just kind of reiterating my concerns about the personnel. I mean, I think there's a lot of nuances that we haven't discussed in terms of how we bring on new personnel into the city. Are they contract personnel? Are they full-time employees that have pension obligations? When finance provides the numbers for these full-time employees, I'm a little confused. I mean, the reality is we don't know how much that employee is going to cost us over the lifetime of their pension obligations if they stay with us long enough to qualify. Is that right? Or
Correct. So, I laid out the scenario. Well, you see the salary table right here. You know what everyone makes an hour. And then the normal rate that we pay for a new employee who's under PEPRA, we kind of lay that out against their salary, factor in any step increases they might be eligible for over the course of 2 years, any COLAs that we anticipate based on current market conditions. We kind of layer on these different costs and kind of compound them the same way they would through our payroll system. Just, you're going to get this a dollar today, and then in a year, potentially an additional 5%. And then we do make a fair estimate on health selection. So health costs can differ by employee depending on what plans they choose. Are they choosing by themselves, or do they choose to add themselves and a spouse or partner? So we assume kind of the middle road on those health selections. So there are assumptions we make, right, that we have to be reasonable about, and just factor in kind of we don't choose maybe the most expensive, we don't choose the cheapest option, but maybe we go right around the middle for a new employee, and that's kind of the placeholder we use.
Thank you. And sorry to ask you to oversimplify this for me, but I want to be clear that this budget today says that we cannot meet the promise that we've made you employees, right, currently to meet pension obligations into the rest of your expected lifetime. Is that what the unfunded pension liabilities mean, or no?
It's the opposite. So the the new employees are under the PEPRA system. And that system, we look at PERS, it's 100%, actually it's 101% funded. As Juan said, new employees pay more, the city pays less. And so new employees is not the issue. The issue is the existing employees. It's the classic employees. And those employees have the higher benefits. And that is what is creating the unfunded liability, especially as they are living longer. It is just driving up that whole cost.
So then that's a lot of employees that have already maybe retired and moved on, and some that are still with the city. Is that?
Quite a few that are still with the city, actually. If I broke it down by demographics, there are quite a few that are still on payroll, and maybe some of them are, 5 years away from retirement. That's probably kind of the scenario, but CalPERS takes all of that into account. They do this deep dive in their actuarial reports, mortality rates. I mean, it sounds morbid, right? They factor that in, like Lane said, potentially spousal mortality rates. I mean, it goes on and on. But Lane did make the point that for the newer employees, PEPRA employees, as we call them, we do pay far less per employee. And they're not fully funded anymore. But if I look at the breakdown of PEPRA versus Classic, as far as that unfunded liability, PEPRA employees are like less than 0.5% of that annual payment that comes due. So PEPRA employees are cheaper just across the board, really.
Thank you. And I guess the point I'm just trying to make is that I'm very interested in making sure that we stand by the promise that previous councils have made, that we've made, and ensure that we can meet those unfunded liabilities before we get too carried away about adding additional staff. And that's really the point. Not that I don't favor adding additional staff, but I'm concerned that we still have these unfunded liabilities.
And we're pretty confident in what we have, that we're going to meet our unfunded liability obligations without having to tap further into just this pension stabilization fund. And this is something that we proposed the council probably 5 or 6 years ago, and it was really wise, and the council approved that. And so when the spike is up there, we're in really good shape. I am really confident and comfortable with our pension liabilities here.
Okay. Thank you, Lane. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few remarks, no more questions. So for me, it was important for the public to know that the city only gets a minimal amount of the $1 million homes property tax at the dunes, because that's the public assumes. And this will be probably until 2047. So when everybody here is retired, maybe. Anyway, so and then I agree that we should try to get the unfunded staffing realized, don't wait. But I also agree that it might be good to look into contracting it out to landscaping companies instead of hiring more people with pension obligation. Thank you. And I really was concerned about the pension obligations for the city. So thank you very much, Juan, for explaining that so very well. That I feel confident now that maybe there needs to be another 1 time or 2 times funding allocation, but that should be okay. Yeah. So yeah, because one of the most important reasons for me to run for city council was the lack of maintenance, so I really would like this to be funded one way or the other. And for homelessness, Councilmember McCarthy, what do you suggest to allocate?
Can I respond, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor? Yeah, I mean, I would refer to staff for some guidance, but my initial thought was around 200,000 for the commissioning of one of these white paper homeless action plans. That was my thought. I don't know if staff has any input.
Actually, we're in the same ballpark. I was thinking 150,000 because I think we'll really want to invest some time in it to get some help. And yeah, so I think 150, 200,000 would be great.
And for the rest, I'm impressed with the number of projects that are included. And I know it's a lot of work, and I'm looking forward to seeing a plan with a timeline. will be good for everybody, for council, staff, and the public. But also, I think, don't underestimate what you can do in 2 years. So I'm looking forward to seeing what will be started and finalized. So thank you all very much for this presentation again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on Exhibit D, these are projects that previous councils had funded already. And one of the things that I see that's missed out is the DEI framework. And that was, I believe, 30,000. And so it's not even it's not even the lowest allocated amount. So it should be somewhere there after corporate yard EV charging stations. But along with that, I think we had discussed this and we thought that it appropriate for us to do some kind of a task force. And rather than, I'm not sure when we start this, but I would like to recommend that we begin a DEI task force to look at the DEI framework, which is on it's allocated budget item and should have been on here on Exhibit D. So that's one thing.
And you're correct. And that 30,000 should have been continued. And so we'll make that adjustment.
Okay. And is it appropriate for me to say, can we embark now on making a DEI task force? So it's not creating any expenditure, but we need to get going on this. Is that something that we can do based off of the discussions here on this budget?
Yeah, I think all this is going to come back is we're going to come back with the priority list from council. We'll try to put timelines and framework on this and get direction on that. But I think previously you had indicated that you were going to take the lead and we we're going to
I would like to.
would have some support with that. So I think we could continue to do that.
Okay. The mayor was talking about needing a list of progress and a plan. But in looking at our priority list, looking at all the things that we have committed to on the CIP, pretty much all the way down to probably beyond number 32 and beyond, these are all covered. So I think that when we originally said to not be so intimidated by this 150 list, that we'd only hold staff accountable for the first 25 or whatever, I think that we need to look at that and be consistent with our expectations too. So I would like to see at least an ongoing, like every so often, maybe by the end of the year or every quarter, that we really get a report about the top priorities for the rank ordered city council priorities. And if we get more detail about each of these projects so that we feel comfortable, because I think that you do have, as Brian McMinn said, is that we have so many things going on beyond this. But I think for me, the expectation is that you at least be accountable for the rank ordered ones. And I think you're well on your way. And I see that this is happening, but I don't know that I need to know every detail about what else you're working on. I mean, I think I would get overwhelmed, but you have a map already of our rank ordered priorities. So that's what I'm suggesting, is that we get a quarterly update, a detailed one, not just, in progress. And just to say about the homeless white paper, I'm kind of shocked that it would take 150,000. But I do know that Marina has traditionally, up until this RENA cycle, we've borne the second highest RENA numbers in the region. And now suddenly ours was reduced by 50% recently. I think people understood that the other regional partners are not doing as much as we are. We're still on track to do far more than our committed RENA numbers. But we have done, as I think the mayor pointed out, so much. I mean, when I look at Chispa, for example, I was told that the residents there could have been near homeless, and they're being, housed in a beautiful facility with a lot of services available. And we have the new veterans, apartment complex coming up, with all the wraparound services. So some of it is not just, just what are we doing today about the homeless person we see in front of you. I think those numbers are small because of all the things that our community has done and is continuing to do. So I would really support a white paper. I'm just amazed that it would cost that much money. And my last comment is that if we're going to tap into our reserves, and we've been committing to 20%, which I think I'm very proud of. I'm glad that, we have had the foresight to do that in looking at meeting some of the unfunded staffing needs and et cetera, and maybe the homeless white paper. I would be in favor of tapping into that, but not 15%. 15% seems like it's the average, right? And we've done 20%. I would like to maybe just see what spinning it down to 18% so that it's not such a big climb again to get to this wonderful 20% that I think is a real protection for us for the future disasters or whatever else might happen to a city like us. So that's my recommendations.
All right. It was the housing element update that I was trying to remember that had the homeless numbers, and that housing element update is an encyclopedia full of incredible information. I don't know if Guido's still here,
No,
but
he left.
that document is an incredible resource, not just for its purpose, but for all of the encyclopedic information it contains. What's the status? Have we received $1 million for the senior center grant? Is that in our bank account that Senator Laird got out of the state allocated budget?
I'm not aware. Is it one of you?
I'm not sure which department ran point on that. We haven't seen $1 million come on, looking at Laura. We haven't seen $1 million come in for any grant, but I'm not sure who submitted any. Perhaps it was Guido's team. Usually they'll give us a heads up, hey, expect the funds soon.
Okay, so we had a lot of discussion about this last time we had a budget meeting. I didn't see mention of it in this document. I didn't see mention of any senior project. I saw mention of the community center improvements that are funded with something like 500,000. But if we get $1 million in senior center funding that could go to any senior programs, then last time we had this discussion, we said that this time around we would have that part of this plan tonight, but I don't see it. And so it sounds like staff might want to contact John Laird and find out the details of how we get that money, because it's in the state budget this year that was signed by the Governor Newsom.
Yeah, but we can definitely do that. I know Andrea is working on that. She's already done the survey out to the seniors on how they'd like to spend it. And we can certainly put that in as a capital project and put the $1 million anticipated from the state for that.
Yeah, because that 1 million might free up something else. And when it frees up something else, then we could put that freed up money into the unfunded staff, et cetera, that we're talking about tonight.
I was just gonna say, I don't know who ran point on it. The first I heard about the million was, I think, an announcement from someone on the dice. So we will have to check into that. I do want to let you know that 138 people have responded to the survey, which is a higher number than I anticipated. So I'm happy to give you guys a report or presentation at a future meeting. And then if we can identify that funding.
Do you have any punchline to share with us tonight?
Giving the option of improving the community center, Vince DiMaggio, including dedicated senior space at the new sports center, or purchasing or constructing a new facility. The Vince DiMaggio option was the most popular, but by a very narrow margin. So there's Vince DiMaggio, sports center, and community center are very close, but Vince DiMaggio was so the other interesting thing is about 70% of the respondents are not current seniors.
That they're seniors.
But there's
So the Vince DiMaggio 150K for the floor is an example. If the $1 million covers the floor, that's $150,000 that can go to staffing or something.
Mr. Mayor, one question, because I don't know about government transfers of $1 million to cities like us, but do you feel confident that we're going to see that like in the next year?
No, I think it's just sitting there. It was approved when Governor
Okay.
Newsom passed the budget. It's a matter
Okay.
of getting it transferred. I don't know about how the transfers work either.
No.
How do the transfers work?
We'll have to contact Senator Laird and see how that happens. But we'll do that.
All right. The library project's 75,000, I think, for irrigation. It seems like that's one project that might get done sooner if it's not on the city staff's plate. And the city staff's plate is so full that having one less project could be helpful. And in this case, the irrigation in front of the library might need some overhaul. And of course, the landscaping there is definitely needing an overhaul. It was just kind of died, kind of allowed to die on the vine, whatever, wither on the vine. But in this case, this project has major expert volunteer support to get it done. And so I'd like to propose and talk to Lane and Brian tonight about, what the volunteers want to do is spend $5,000 to pay an expert to get the blueprints from what's supposed to be in the ground and look it over and assess its condition and recommend repairs, and then pay $10,000 to $40,000 to vendor number 2 who would make those recommended repairs. And then the volunteers who are ready to go with the landscaping implementation of plants. This is Grace Silva Santella and her husband and Julie Hoffman with Friends of the Library running doing some planting near the building, and then Citizens for Sustainable Marina and the Monterey County Resource Conservation District doing the planting of a pollinator garden inside the parking lot in front of the library. That'll take $10,000 to $30,000. And the Sierra Club Coastal Trust Fund, we heard earlier tonight, they're willing to match the $12,000 from the RCD plus the $9,000 from the Friends of Marina Library Consortium, because there's 3 donors that total that $9,000. And so with the donors and the match, we're talking about $42,000 without a city penny. But if it's $75,000, that's more than $42,000. We might need some city investment to do that city project. But those different steps I mentioned, we would go back to city staff and say, here are the recommendations from an expert. Do they make sense to you? So all city staff would have to do is review the consultant's recommendations. And then if they agreed with them, we would hire someone to do the work, and then the staff would review that work. And then the volunteers would be able to get it done. But in this way, it'll get done in 1 to 4 months. But if we throw it into the CIP mix with 30 other projects, and I would think that this is a low priority project, it might be one of those that doesn't have a chance of getting done in 2 years. And then you've got all these volunteers wanting to do something that are chewing on their thumbs, waiting for something that they're eager about. So Brian and Lane, what do you think about relieving the staff of being in charge of that project and turning you more into a expert review capacity?
Mr. Mayor, this is a project. This was added as a recommendation from staff because what you described is already happening to me, the one manager in Public Works. And, the volunteers get so far. We worked with the maintenance staff to come out and look at the system. And what I'm hearing from the volunteers is we don't have enough pressure. Well, we don't have enough pressure because it's a 3/4 inch line feeding a lot of the irrigation that needs to go out there. So we do need to bring a professional in to do an analysis of the irrigation system there. I'm having a hard time responding to the volunteers that want to move in 1 to 3 months. The reason I recommended this is I think we do need to bring in a professional landscape architect to look at the system in whole and plan a system that's going to work for what's needed now in the future. Work with Marina Coast Water District to make sure we're meeting all the requirements for potable, non-potable, future recycled water, so that we have that in place, and then the volunteers can work off that master plan.
Right. So the volunteers already have an expert that was referred to us by John Kern, who could assess the system using non-city money right away. And then my proposal is that staff review, and would be MCWD staff as well, review that professional's report about what to do about the pressure, because there's 60 pounds of pressure going to the community garden, and there's 60 pounds of pressure leaving the backflow valve, but there's only 30 pounds of pressure going to the front of the library. So there's some issues there that an expert that you're recommending could do, but I'm just afraid that it shouldn't be a high priority for your staff. And if it's not a high priority, it could take a long time, and we would lose the money that the RCD is looking to grant people. So the grant money is meant to pay for irrigation repairs and do these things, pay for a consultant. But the grant can't wait for this priority to get high enough that it would rise to the top of the list. So we can talk about this later. We don't have to take any more time tonight, but I think you've got the gist.
Yeah, yeah. So let us work with you offline and see how we can coordinate that to make it most effective and
So
efficient.
maybe we bring that landscape architect to the meeting along with the RCD and staff, and we come up with, spend an hour meeting and talking about how it could be. All right, what's the status of the landscape architect arborist? I see it in the document in a couple of places, but I don't understand the status of it.
So it's funded. So what council funded was for 2 years. So we'd have either we could contract with someone or bring in a full-time employee. We just haven't been able to get out to hire the full-time
Right, because
employee yet.
it's a low priority position compared to superintendent and.
Correct. So the funds are there. If we had a project that came up that we needed that expertise and experience, then we would tap into that money to do it.
Okay. I think Kathy and I identified about 30 projects that need it when we originally did. But let's go to Councilmember Biala. No. All right, Councilmember, oh, you turned it back on and off. The CDEC Hill Barracks, is that still about 600,000 to remove those?
I think it's less than that, but
500,000?
probably 500,000.
So it seems more important to me that those homes that are arson fires, creating unhealthy breathing, smoke, are more important. The Cypress Knolls homes are more important to get rid of. We got rid of 32 or something like that, and that was fantastic. I think it was 1.6 million. But can that 500,000 go to some Cypress Knolls removal, closer to the homes, let's say?
Yeah, those are things we can look at with the grants that we're going after. One of the angles that we have with Cypress Knolls that we don't have with our other blight is the fact that the council is moving forward to put middle housing there. As we've reached out to HCD and other people, that will rate pretty high on getting grants
To demolish the buildings.
Yeah, those ones in Cypress Knolls. And so our focus has been trying to go after grant monies to get Cypress Knolls, because we think we have a better chance at qualifying for grants, just because they're going to be replaced with homes, middle income homes.
Do you think the grants are of the size that we need to take all down, the 200 buildings? Or just a good portion of them? I ask because it still leaves money on the table we need to find to take down some. So that I'd rather go to Cypress Knolls than CDEC Hill is my overall point.
Okay.
Because that's where we're having the arson close to homes. Oh, okay. What's the location of the parking being considered for the disc golf course at Salinas Avenue Woods? Is it the end of Landrum Court where you turn in?
I think it was closer to off of Salinas, but I'm
Looking at locations along Salinas that would work with the Salinas Avenue widening once it's actually
Alright.
constructed.
So the disc golf parking might have to wait for the Salinas Avenue widening.
No, no, what I'm saying is we would look, as we look at the parking, we would look at, where we can fit it in, where we're not going to be impacting sensitive habitat and in a location that we wouldn't have to relocate it once Salinas Avenue is wide.
Okay. And last time we met on the budget, we talked about 1.7 million needed, I think, for Salinas Avenue widening. Sounds like a low price, but we were talking about getting the developers to commitment. What's the status of that money?
Yeah, so that was one of our projects there. So, because we had allocated 100 or 1 million, and the developers, they're supposed to do 1.5 million. And so what we're proposing is reduce our allocation down to 500,000, which covers our moving forward with the design part of Salinas. So at least we understand what the design is going to be. Then we'd still go have to have the developer fund the actual construction or their fair share part of it.
Okay, so in tonight's budget, how much is there for the Salinas Avenue widening project?
500,000.
And that's down from $1 million that was there last time?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to mention, and I'm almost done, this might be the last thing. We've gone through a cycle of not laying off people, but hiring contractors instead of filling positions. So back around 2003 to 2008, we were all about getting rid of employees because of pensions and hiring contracted services like CSG and Harris Consultants and all of that. And then around 2015, we started going back to seeing the value of city employees. And so we started hiring back our staff. We were down to like 85 positions. We had 110, we went down to 85, so we could hire consultants instead. And 85 started to build up, and I don't know what we are now.
I don't know our total, but you're absolutely correct, and we continue to do that.
Yeah, so just know that we're going these cycles. And
Like,
there was a push to get rid of employees instead to use consultants for the kind of reasons we've heard tonight. And now there's been a push to get those employees back because there's a lot of value to the community in having real people that stay here and live here and have a history here instead of the revolving door of consultants that, and the same thing with the landscape architect. We could hire someone project by project, but they don't have any institutional history. They don't have all the documents that someone might have if they had a career here for 20 to 25 years. So the value of having a continuity of employees, there's a value there that you lose when you go to the consulting. Whichever way is right, I don't know, but we've gone through these cycles.
well, I can give you an example of what the council has approved and what we've done. So we are recruiting right now for a full-time code enforcement officer, and that's transitioning out the part-time, but also the consultant who had been doing the work. And we actually think it'll be a cost savings in doing that. We did the same thing. We've hired a senior building inspector that was done by RGS Consultants. And again, as we looked at the numbers, there's a cost savings. And so we are kind of, like you said, going through that shift, and we're actually doing that right now.
Yeah, so if council wants to have more of a discussion because it makes you uncomfortable, because you'd rather go away from pension employees, just know that this is the momentum that we are in right now, is to go toward employees who are pension, not, we're going the opposite direction of contracted employees. We're going back to the way we used to do things, and whether that's right or wrong, but if you guys all want to have that discussion, then we should probably plan it. This is the last thing. I just wanted to update on the odor study. I know it's not our money. Maybe that's why it's not in our budget. Or maybe that's not why, I don't know.
The draft odor study is in my queue for review. I think it came in like last week, maybe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I guess I do have one more comment. It's kind of a concern that we've put a lot of time into our project numbers, 1 through 158. And once in a while, we ask for them to be attached to these staff reports so we know what number they are. And tonight we've had a lot of staff presentation, and there's no, in the PowerPoint and the staff report itself, except for the exhibit, there's no crosswalking to know which all these CIPs, whether they're on the list or not, and if they are, what number. And then in the past 2 months, we had a meeting where we gave a lot of council priorities in our motion. There was like 8 or 9 priorities. And we started tonight as if that didn't happen. There was no recollection, there was no record of the last thing we decided to show that, oh yeah, we're checking all those boxes. We wanted this and we're seeing it. It's almost like we started fresh. And I think a lot of our council directions were achieved in tonight's report, but we really don't have any way of knowing unless we remember what they were. And so this crosswalking of past council directions and the ranking of the projects, it's something we want and we ask for now and then, but I don't know I'm not sure why we don't have that.
We actually have our staff that are assigned to that consolidated list of doing that and then updating it again quarterly. I thought we sent the list to the council.
Yeah, we
of
have it in
that.
the list, but like, there's no crosswalk between all the projects listed in the staff report and the projects in the presentation. We'd have to crosswalk ourselves, which is nearly
Yeah.
impossible.
I thought we did it in the actual budget document.
So like on these pages, it'd be nice to know that that's project 133.
And that was ranked ordered.
Yeah.
So they would see it.
Yeah, we were definitely trying to do it. What we don't have. Yeah. Yeah, we understand that.
enough
We-
said.
We understand what you say there. We agree.
Okay, anybody else? That's all I had. Sorry for the length of time. Last questions or comments, and we'll put together a motion. If anyone wants to start out with a motion, what do you want to see as part of this motion? White paper or how to handle the money shortage for the unfunded staffing?
Can I go first?
Sure.
I do support some creative moving of money around to the housing position and or
So fund the housing position either through Greystar or somehow
yes,
else.
I was gonna say, that's where my mind was going. I
Yeah.
was gonna say either through existing contracts and with the maintenance, that is a priority. And Councilmember Vischer mentioned whether we do, gosh, I'm getting tired here. We do seek outside landscape, a landscape company to do it
I would say landscape for what?
for our maintenance.
Maintenance of parks?
You know what? I'll let her go there, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, either way, to whatever, for staff, not whatever, for staff to look into both options, either hiring people directly or contracting it out.
To do the parks maintenance?
Oh, for the 4 maintenance workers that are under the.
Oh, for the staffing.
Yeah,
Okay, so the first thing that I heard was somehow fund the housing position, either through Greystar or hire somebody. And the second thing that we're talking about is hiring these maintenance workers in some form or other. Okay,
I also had like to throw in there, pursue an acting superintendent conversation, and I support a white paper on the unsheltered.
okay,
What
so
was that last part?
the white paper on the homelessness is the last part. And the acting superintendent as soon as possible, is that kind of what you're saying?
I guess it's up to our HR.
So if we didn't say tonight, hire an acting superintendent as soon as possible, when might we get a superintendent? Could be 3 months, could be 6 months? Compared to when can we get an acting if we told you we wanted an acting?
It all depends on if we can identify somebody to serve as an acting superintendent through contract sources. So I can't assume that there's somebody out there readily available right now until we actually reach out.
All right. And the former candidate that was Mike coming back to be superintendent, that's not an option anymore. Didn't work out. Okay. Belinda, did you want to say something?
Just in terms of the recruitment, I think from my understanding, this is probably the 3rd round for this position. Is this the 3rd round of recruitment? 4th for the superintendent, and internally, we don't have staff that would fill that acting role. They don't meet the qualifications. So we would need to look at either a temporary agency. And some of those technical positions are hard to find through a temp agency.
Okay, so if we directed staff to hire an acting superintendent as soon as possible, what would staff do?
Reach out to temp agencies that would look for that technical skill, but they're not easy to come by.
Right? Would they be easier to come by if we paid more?
I'm not necessarily sure. Technical positions, they have to meet the minimum requirements
Yeah.
specifically for those roles. And there's not a lot of people that fit that superintendent.
Yeah, temp agencies that it's the position, they set the rates. And so the rates aren't an issue.
All right. Okay. And then I think we all agree that we want to, if we need to be creative or whatever we need to do to fund the $200,000 annual cost of the city for the fire safer grant positions. Can I assume that? So that'll be part of the motion, that we find a way to fund that fire department. And by finding a way means those different ways that we thought of.
I have a suggestion for that.
Sure.
You know, in all of your different suggestions that you put out there, reducing the reserve from 20 to 18% frees up about $700,000, which would fill that gap. And I'm comfortable with that approach, and that fits in with our ongoing budget resolution.
If I may, Lane, I think the amount of unallocated fund balance we have right now is a little over 3 million. I mean, you could just use that. You
Right.
could allocate that.
So-
you don't have to necessarily flip the switch on the reserve going from 20 to 18.
Okay.
Keep that constant.
The reason I like doing that is that makes it very clear that those are ongoing funds, because that increases automatically our ongoing revenue funds, and that makes it very, very clear on our balanced budget.
So I think in the motion, if the council doesn't object, when we get to the motion, we'll say that we want to reduce to 18% if necessary, the emergency reserve. But if they come up with some other way to fund it, we just want to fund these positions. And we have several options that they can choose, staff can choose between. Okay, so I have funding the housing grants lease position, hiring the maintenance workers or their equivalent in some fashion. Acting super as soon as possible, the white paper on the housing, funding the fire department safer positions, and reducing to 18% if necessary, the emergency reserve. Are there other elements that folks want in the motion tonight? Go ahead, Councilmember Viola, and then Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes, I would like to make note that the DEI task force is funded for 30,000, and that we begin to have the task force, which will not cost any money. So we're not even dipping into the allocated funds.
So what do we say about the DEI task force in the motion?
That we begin, we
Put it together?
Yeah,
Begin
mhm.
putting- So last time we talked, you had your own time frame through which you were going to get that established. You want to turn that over to staff now to get it established?
not turn it over to staff. I'm volunteering to head it up.
As you were before.
Mhm. So that it's not requiring a lot of time from the staff, but I've done a lot of research already. And if we can form the task force and we're not consuming any of the funds of the 30,000.
Okay, so if we say that we want the DEI task force to be created, there's no funding attached to it? It's
Well,
needed?
there is allocated 30,000 from the previous
Okay, so we're
council,
just
but
gonna
I'm just
say-
saying that rather than to wait until, it comes out in the priority, I can do this without any expenditure of funds of that allocated 30,000.
Okay. I would like to put something in that I put into the last motion, and that the Del Monte median project be a top priority for implementation, because we have 30 projects or whatever we have. And if we don't prioritize a few of them, then those few that we think should be at the top might not get at the top. So if you guys all don't mind the Del Monte median project, being considered a top priority. The reason I say that is because it's just so ugly and it's such a visible part of our town. It's embarrassing, and it has been for a long time.
Mr. Mayor, as a top priority per our last conversation was an expedited work on the Los Arboles deck.
Right.
that took
right.
precedent. And then just really quickly, had we established a DEI task force?
That's what we haven't done it yet. That's what we're talking about. We want to create one, and Kathy's going to continue to lead the creation of it. Right? Who had the floor?
You didn't, I just,
Okay,
it's on my life. Can I add something, please?
sure.
Could we add that we will get a regular update about the project list and that we then, that's the moment that we as council can request priorities at that moment? Once we start shipping out.
Move staff away. No, this priority. No,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
priority.
no, but just to get
Every
a
quarter.
regular update, quarterly
so
update,
quarterly
and that
update.
might be a good moment for us to request.
Yeah.
Because then now it's too many projects to,
And we already
Yeah.
have staff assigned to it and are working on that, but yeah, that'd be fine.
and then council will have a chance to give comments. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Councilman McCarthy and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. First, just a general comment, I guess, for the city attorney. Are we getting it all a little bit away from actual budgeting in this discussion, or?
Through the mayor, that's my concern because it really is about approval of the budget, but it seems to be having more discussion about action items. And so it seems like tonight the focus is really on approving this resolution, and you could give general direction, but some of this is seems to be a little farther afield from what's actually before the council tonight.
Reaffirm procedures for budget adjustments, realignments, and amendments. Kind of sounds like that's what we're doing. Talking about how to fund these. Okay, any more? We'll try to.
I mean, and I'm loving the discussion. I could have it all night. I mean, I think it's fruitful too, but it just seems like it feels a little bit off to me. I would like to set a specific dollar amount with my item, though, the white paper, 150,000.
Okay.
And I think it might be wise if we try to do that with some of the other items as well.
Everything else, I think, has a number
Okay.
already, you know,
Okay.
the deck, the median, the DI task force, the maintenance workers, the firefighters, the grant position, they all have a number in our report.
Okay. And then I'm gonna be a little hypocrite and just talk about the medians. I think that I'm concerned that I don't know how much progress that's already made. I would like to see that come back to us in the interim before
Doing it.
not only before doing it, but really before even kind of, I don't even know what really is proposed there before we get too far along in the design.
I don't
phase.
think much is proposed yet, but
So we actually have a good draft. We gave a lot of comments back to our landscape architect today. We had a good meeting today, and our thought was the end of October. We're going to have an open house with the public just to show these different ideas and thoughts and get input from the public. And then from that, the next step is just going to go to the Public Works Commission to get their input on the traffic impacts, and then come to council really sometime end of November, first part of December. But if you wanted to look at that before with the open house, I guess that's the question.
I mean, I'd like to see, if there's something available for us to review, I'd certainly be interested in reviewing it. Because I just have no idea what really to expect. I think there's so many different options landscaping to me could mean public art, it could mean plants, it could mean lighting, it could be water features. I assume it's more plant-based.
No,
Okay.
it actually is pretty phenomenal. What she's putting together. It's artwork, it's different materials, it's using
Rocks.
recycled rocks, recycled materials from Ord.
That's it for me. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lane.
okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem.
I know we mentioned CDAC Hill. What did we decide with CDAC Hill? Was this in the CIP?
Right now, it's included in the budget, but if council wants to take that out, we can.
No. I don't want to take it out of the budget. I want to make sure it's in the budget.
Oh, okay. Currently, it's in the budget.
So I would like to prioritize the Cypress Knolls arson homes
Yes.
using the money instead of CDEC, because I see them as a higher priority than CDEC Hill. Because we don't have any plans for CDEC Hill. We have plans for Cypress Knolls, and we have residents complaining about smelling the arson smoke.
I agree with that, but we also heard from Lane that we could probably have some grant funding for that.
But we also heard from Lane it probably wouldn't cover all of those homes. And by the time we get the grants and we get the homes,
How can we do both?
It's just a big problem. You know, the 6 homes on CDEC Hill isn't going to make a dent on the 230 that we have left in Cypress Knolls. And so if the thought was we take down the 6, it's going to make a dent in the homeless issue. It's not. What we're going to focus on the homeless issue is on getting our police and fire and our departments really engaged and come up with a plan that we can get the homeless out of that area. And that's where we're focusing right now. We could come back to you with some ideas on addressing the blight problem overall and you know, what's the best approach to do that. I'm just not so sure you get 6 homes. It just isn't going to make it.
well, I think it might be a lot more than 6 homes, because if we get $500,000, take down 6 barracks, that might take down 15 homes. It was 1.6 million to take down 32. So 500,000 could take down a bunch of homes.
We're looking at the round numbers, as we went into the last round of blight removal, I think we were throwing around numbers about 50,000 for a duplex, 75,000 for a barracks. It's a little bit more than that now, so you'll get a few more homes, but it's not going to be double the number.
Well, for me, the homes are higher priority than the barracks. I don't know who wants the barracks taken down or what the plan is for the barracks. We don't have any plan for that land at the barracks. And until we get the dunes figured out with the hotel, who's going to use that hill? I mean, we get complaints about the arson smoking out the neighbors
That's
on
true.
Liberty Court
That's true.
and on California. And we're not doing anything about it. And so it's like, this is doing all that we can by putting the money into it instead of some barracks that nobody even knows about those barracks.
I was just coming into town, it's more of an aesthetic thing, but what we are talking about is, you're absolutely right. We should probably shift it to the, homes behind Liberty.
Okay, anything else? Okay, so we're gonna try to stay legal here. So I'll start the motion that we adopt the resolution before us for the fiscal year to adopt the fiscal year 2023, 2024 and fiscal year 2024, 2025 budget as shown in Exhibit A. And that we reaffirm our policies on the vehicle replacement fund, the pension stabilization fund, and other transfers as reflected in the budget document, except that we authorize staff to modify our general fund emergency reserve policy to go down to 18% from 20% if necessary. If desired, that's the best thing they want. We reaffirm our procedures for budget adjustments, realignments, and amendments with some emphasis that we would like to see the unfunded staff positions funded, such as the housing grants lease position, the maintenance workers, the fire department safer positions, and that we further ask that the acting superintendent be hired as soon as possible, that a white paper be funded for our homelessness issues, and that we create that DII task force with Councilmember Biala as the lead, and that we prioritize the Del Monte Median project, the Los Arbolos deck project, and we ask staff to come back with a quarterly update of our project priority implementations, and that we prioritize the money going to the 500,000 going to CDEC Hill instead going to the Cypress Knolls homes. Those would be the amendments. And then we authorize the finance director to make all necessary accounting and budgetary entries. So, is there a second for discussion at least?
I second.
Okay. Juan?
Yeah, I want to make a few points of clarification. I think those all make sense, right? So factoring in for the housing grants person, do we want to dip into the the 200,000 administrative funds that you talked about, Lane. Just throwing it out there in case we need
But
to.
that's up to
Yeah,
you.
yeah, they're giving us the authority to look at the best way to do it.
Good. But just because there was a little more history behind that, right? So I want to make sure that aligns with the intent of those funds when okay, we can do that. Now, maintenance workers, the lead and 3 workers, I believe it was, we'll get that squared away. Now the fire staff, I talked to Doug about this kind of logistically, how we would do it, right? If we do not get the SAFER grant, then those positions do not get funded. I think we're need to make.
Maybe you come back to us. We didn't get the grant. What can we do?
Exactly that.
So we will put an allocation in the budget for those amounts, and then at some point, if we do find that, when we do have to formally accept that, we'll formally amend our staffing table as well as, all the moving parts of that. But for now, we will just put a placeholder for budgeting purposes and sort of financial analysis purposes. I just need to give my staff clear direction as I leave that they can handle these transactions in a clear and
Why don't you
consistent way.
stay 2 more weeks?
Yeah. That's a good one.
What do you say?
Not a chance.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just trying to seek clarity on the unfunded staffing. So what we're saying is that we're asking for basically $800,000 in additional funding ongoing, right? And to me, that's a huge commitment. It sounds like the council is very much in favor of it, and I support that, but it makes me nervous.
Yeah, so half of it is maintenance. And we've been hollering about better maintenance. And we have so many options to meet that funding because we're also approving $30 million or millions of dollars of projects that our city manager says we don't have a chance of finishing in the next 2 years.
And
So
we're
all kinds of money on the table, and we've had 6 to 12 million unallocated fund balance that's never been spent since 2006. Because we're always very conservative and it just sits on the table and never gets spent. So I think there's lots of room for off ramps if we find out that we're having trouble doing everything in the world and these new unfunded positions, which we probably will end up thinking are more important than some of those projects.
And contractually, we are going to have $13 million more either this year or early next year. So that's a big cushion for us. So I'm
Okay.
not
I just
so
wanted to
worried.
make
I
sure I
know.
understood.
I know, I worry too, but I think that our financial people are saying that we can do this.
By the way, just one example, $700,000 reduction, just going from 20% to 18% in our emergency reserve. That's almost the whole kit and caboodle of the 800,000. And we haven't even touched the 13 million. It's contractually going to come here by May of next year, and their developers are telling us maybe by December of this year.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. I appreciate it.
All right. Anita, do you have any comments, questions? You okay with the motion?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously, and we're gonna meet next Tuesday at 6:30 or 6:45 or 7.
Yeah, maybe give us time to get over-
Transition.
Yeah, so maybe 7:00.
7 o'clock next Tuesday. We'll finish this, so we'll continue this meeting to 7 PM next Tuesday.
At home.
Or we'll just schedule a special meeting.
Okay, and
Next-
Heidi,
next
our
week.
city attorney, had a comment.
So is it easier to continue the meeting or just do a special meeting for next Tuesday?
Probably
Okay,
continue, you don't have to.
okay.
We'll adjourn this meeting to Tuesday
Okay.
at 7
o'clock.
PM.